Hello. Hello. Crimson Desert. Y'all. It's Crimson Desert time. Mm. All right. Let me get everything else up and running. Why not? Why not start it all up? Okay. Proceeding to do that. To do it. Just do it. Yeah, we'll just do it. And then I should start up the old Rumble in the Jungle. Rum, rum, rum. Okay. I'm counting 3 out of 4. It's about to be 4 out of 4. This is the easy part. There, 4 out of 4. Nice. Mm. Oops. Oops on the brushing of the microphone. Okay, here we go. Crimson Desert. Small rise in my face. Biggerizing the text of the chat. Just a little bit. Just a bit. Some small amount. Okay. Awesome. We're all set. You have a little bit of a cold. So, yeah, bit of a cold. I'm going to equip a mallet now. I'm going to do the banging with the malleting. The mallet will do the banging on the bells. There's some thing I just came across here. Hmm. Pardon me as I jiggle it a little bit. Jiggling. Oh, I already have a dedicated mallet. Bruh. Okay, so am I holding it now? No. Am I holding it now? No. Always at the mysteries of how to hold the mallet. Or how to hold the anything in the game. Okay, so apparently I have to pick it like that. Okay. Alright. See these symbols? We got like some partial F, an F with an extra, a comb F, and then P things. So I noticed over here we have a certain pattern. Well, is it a pattern? I think it's a pattern. So this is almost exactly going right across the top. And then the one on the bottom is not quite that. It's like there's only those 2 P things and the rest are those F things. And so my main thing is I have to remember some of this F stuff. So P, okay. So all the F's in order. Okay, whoop, throw that away. No worries. That's the first 4. Don't even have to worry about it. And then the next 6, there's 10 total, will be the 2 P's, and then the rest are these F things again. And the F, okay. So, okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's just symmetrical. Oh, it's symmetrical. So this goes from left to right to the end, And this goes from right to left to the end. And then just in the middle is a P with one more P. Okay, so assuming I mean, it makes sense, right? This is the way that the game has mostly worked. Okay, so these bottom two I don't use, and these two I do use. Okay, so it's like boop, bum bum, boop, like that. All right, well, let's do banging. I'm gonna bang it. I'm gonna bang it so hard. Oh shit. Because I bumped that other one, does it count? Don't be, no! I was just trying to line it up and then move over and pick it, but it locked me in. No, I locked myself in. Okay, where's the reset button? Where's the reset button, this dumb thing? Okay, 1, 2. So if I get too close and I bump the other one, does that count as a music? I think it probably does. So as soon as I heard bumping into the other thing, I realized, okay, I failed. Look at my sweet little buddy down there below. He's like, yeah, I like that sweet ringing sound in my ears. It's nice. It's nice for me. Okay, this should be the last sequence, according to what I saw posted. I mean, is it true? I would be shocked if it isn't. Like, one thing is that the design gets... Like, the design folks, when it comes to a puzzle and you figure it out, it just works, you know? Well, honestly, that's not true in some cases because it can be very finicky, the input, but that input was not finicky. It was really obvious. So, okay, great. I'm glad I didn't have to somehow walk away and return to reset it. You know, one thing I don't like... in my favorite game of all time, which this is, Pearl Abyss's game, South Korean developer out South Korea. This is Crimson Desert. I don't like how in the upper left corner there, do you see where it has a challenge for me? Like, why is it up there? Oh. Have I just realized something about my life and my world? Can I pick one of these? So what is that? That's a spear-related one? I don't know if you know where I'm going here with this. I'm like, can I uncheck one? Is there something that's in a state of throw me flyboy and you won't ever go away? Well, but it's not in there if it is. Well, where would it be then? Maybe it's like Goyen. Is that say Goyen? Like Goyim? It really throws me off. It just does. Okay. Two-handed weapon, advice spear. Goyen's advice spear. Okay, sorry. This is a dancing blade, a shining shield. Oh. Oh, this is more... so blade, comma, shining shield. Okay, so I find something about a shield or a shield and a... Oh, this. Hello. Hello. It's probably one of these. It's like this, right? So if I uncheck it, can I make this idiot thing disappear, please? I clicked it and unchecked it. Oh, okay, it went away. Was it so important for it to leave the screen? No. But was it nice? You'll never know. Yeah, no, I have a bit of cold. It was developing yesterday, and now it is a cold. A blouse. Frankly, I really like it, except for the nasal part. I like the deeper voice, but that's your surest sign of a cold. How are you doing? Did you get a good night of sleep? You nervous about getting word back from that potential employer? Are you re-entering the FBI or the CIA? You going into the most secret, powerful place of the secrets? You're going to finally help them release all the UFO information? I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, you said that you were working on a presentation, you know, and that they wanted to see like the remainder of it. They only got to 3 of 9 slides or something like this. So what What kind of presentation? Do you want to present it on the stream? Just immediately stop playing the game and just present your present your presentation. You didn't sleep too well. Wow, record-breaking temps. Too hot and too bright. Well, I'd understand if you were in Brighton, but you're not. Dox you again, fella from Kent. Look at all these heathens. Look at all these heathens. I can't. How come I won't? Oh, I'm trying to hit him with a freaking mallet. It's not effective. It's barely effective. Oh, they're beginning to scream their asses off because they're just nervous and whatnot. Oh, are they running away? Did I already clear the camp? I did. I cleared the camp. I guess I'll just let them run. They were showing up as enemies to me. As enemies. And I think they became scared and ran away. The presentation was the 90-day plan if successful in the position, etc. Wow, pro as hell, dude. Wow, that's a pro-ass move. I did something like that in one of my interviews. And then I got the idea, maybe I should do it ubiquitous. I should just do it for all of them. Which is like, indeed, you have like, you hit the ground running in the interview saying, listen, not only can I obtain to this role, one of your friends was visiting last night from Germany. Oh, did you have some, we watched Disclosure Day. Oh. Well, after you have your coffee, why don't you hop on and talk to me about it and tell me what your thoughts are, if you have time to Discord. But maybe you don't, because it's a working day, right? Did you give yourself any coffee yet? Did you get any of it coursing through your system? But yeah, the whole 90-day plan thing is so solid when you come in. Usually in my first day or two, I will create a 90-day plan, and then I'll get it approved by my manager, and then they go, oh, you're very ahead of it. And I'm like, well, yeah, you're just going to ask for it, so... yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, just like a little guest spot, a quick 20, a quick cheeky 5, 10, 20 minutes, whatever, however much you want. Oh, can I repeat my plan again? Day 1, plan for day 2, day 3, pants, 3, and then the day 4, world domination. Day 90, turn in record profits. Oh, hey John, how you doing? Oh, you try to have your all new headset and mic as well. It might be so beautiful in the sounds of it. I have a little bit of a cold, John, so yeah, hot. So we'll have a little Ajib spot in a few minutes. Well, no, it's like 20 minutes. Should he find himself still in a position to do so, because he's got to go work and whatnot. Oh, seriously? Well, I mean, the 90-day plans that I would be focused on are generally about, well, basic things like having one-on-ones with everybody who is my direct report. Just like right out the gate, right? You have some basic logistic things you need to do. You need to get to understand the team. Review documents, have some meetings in which we go over vision. Basically, I get a hold of the staff plan and the budgeting, look at some of the pro forma stuff, and just digest it and then have conversations. So basically, a series of preparations and meetings would be a huge part of it, hey? But then also to probably have something that I actually produce instead of just digesting things. John says, was almost 90 after 10 p.m., still 72. Well, man, at least you got 18 degrees back, though. That sounds brutal. That's hot, John. It's hot AF. I'm so hot. That's what's so hot right now. I mean, I could go into more detail if I think a bit about 90-day plan. In fact, I think I have some 90-day plans actually floating around. Gotcha. Yes, one-on-ones, review docs, go over vision, go over KPIs, right, the indicators, what's expected. Well, yeah, exactly. And then, by the way, I even bake into the 90-day plan a sign-off review and an assessment. Like I'll set up regular touch points and assessments with my manager, because the whole point is, and you know, the manager might be an officer in the company. It just depends. Because my last couple of jobs have been higher roles of leadership with more responsibility for the budget and the financials, the plan itself, the vision. You know, become not only just the person pushing the vision, but defining it, creating it, breathing life into the thing. Creating all that mantra that people walk around and talk about, and you hear them all on the same page, then you're doing it right. Got to create clarity, confidence, certainty. And then you have to create sort of like measurable outcomes that you test yourself against. So key performance indicators, you need to set up a series of checks on how you're doing. Like is the thing really beginning to gestate if it's in its nascent state, or is it improving gradually, or whatever. So basically just the nuts and bolts of doing executive type work. And then yes, you don't wait for permission, right? When you're at that level, you create the permission structure. You don't operate within it, you make it. So that kind of thing. Because that's what's yeah, you got to make sure that you don't slip into what were y'all doing before that worked so well, and then you kind of are sort of either in the back seat or passenger. And you need to actually be driving. You need to have your hand on the wheel. So otherwise, there's no point in even having you. Like you don't if you're in an executive rank or somehow an officer, something, or directing. Well, you have to be driving the thing, don't you? Otherwise, just get someone else who will. And it isn't even that can you or can't you, but it's like, will you? A lot of it's just a psychological thing, you know? You just decide, you ante up, and you play the game. So yes, I covered all of this, committing towards deliverable outcomes each month or so. That's wonderful. Well, that's really good, man. Basically, how do you operationalize the thing? But, well, I appreciate you. And it's like crazy how that's such a pro thing to do. To come into the interview with a 90-day plan. It presupposes that you should be hired. It isn't like, are we a good fit? It's like, well, assuming there's a fit, like literally this is what you're going to get. Like I plan things. I make things happen. This is literally what will occur. Hire me, this is what happens. That's very strong, isn't it? And I'm one-hitting almost everybody these days. I'll tell you what. Well, maybe not this guy. Wow. What's that dude's story? He seemed invincible. I'm gonna go take out some more of these fools. I don't know what's going on over here, but they're about to pay for the crimes. I've never been here. Deep Woods Beacon. Literally never even seen this place. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow, I'm getting caught in the what? Oh, there. I need to do a little bit more of the evasive maneuvers. I'm going to give you weak spots in your defense. I like how they're giving me real-time feedback. Spotting weaknesses in your defense. Like, you're telling me this as you're fighting me? I think you're supposed to just be killing me at this time. Weaknesses in your defense! What? Oh, I just knocked his shirt off. He was like, yeah, got his ass handed to him. He got cooked. Wow! So this is, I have the power of Grayskull, okay? I have a lot of power of the gray sculling variety. I can put some lightning on. I can do some cooking. I can barbecue a human. I can barbecue a fool. Okay, that's that. That's not so difficult. I have a fan club. Yeah. Big fan of y'all. Alright, so we took this one back. That's great. I figured today we'd do a lot of conquering. I thought, I don't know how long I'll be on for, right? Because I am definitely under the weather. I'm definitely a sickie. I started off, like I fired everything up and I put on my key light over here. And I like couldn't open my eyes. It was too bright. You know how you get that photosensitivity going when you got a bit of a virus, you got a bit of that cold going. Well, I got that photosensitivity, bruh. The light, bright light, bright light. If you ever saw Gremlins with the Mogwai, bright light. I'm having that right now. Everything is too bright. I actually debated turning off most of the lights and then just being in here in the dark. But I thought, well, they don't really see me. I can just go off stream. It could just be my voice, my disembodied voice. But I don't think that's as interesting, so... Yeah. We'll see how long I go today. TBD, to be determined. Okay, so I know that this is hilarious. The way that I would formerly light these guys over here is I would I would shoot it up. No, no, no. Oh, you hate me. You hate everything about me. I cannot believe that just happened. No, I'm not. Put the gun away, sir. This is not America. This is America. Put the gun away. And up we go. Up we go, sir. I heard that song by David Bowie. I think it's called literally This Is Not America. I'm just going to try to sing it in my very best Barry White voice. I just say my very best Barry Manilow voice. So there's nothing up here particularly to start. But I feel bad because I want to set a flame. Anytime I see one of these, it reminds me like of the beacons of Minas Tirith in Lord of the Rings, which I don't think is an accident. I don't think that's just... I mean, this looks it very much evokes Lord of the Rings, doesn't it? Yeah, sure does. Wow. So we have a beautiful early morning. Although I have to say at 5 in the morning, you want my opinion, that's a little bit high, is it not? Is that a little bit high in the sky? Maybe not. Maybe it depends on the area. Like maybe if it's like in New Zealand, that's normal. At that time in the morning, certain points of the year. I don't know. But yes, Ajib will hop on maybe if he still has time in like maybe 10 or 15 minutes from now. Probably with some coffee in hand. And he's going to give me his impressions of Disclosure Day. One of his buddies from Germany came over and they watched a movie. So, after he had his interview, I don't know exactly what his interview was for, but he gave a 90-day plan presentation for, on condition of hiring me, this is what I will do in the first 90 days, which is that's such a pro move. It's insane. Like, and it's a very confident step as well. It suggests that you know enough about the company and yourself and your value and what you can bring to the role that you're being considered for, that you can literally figure out the first 90 days. And if you're in a management role, that should That should be about right, actually. Like, if you really, really have your act together and you're like that premium hire, that you could actually present something like a 90-day plan. Maybe it's not as detailed as it could be, or maybe it is, depending upon how well of a fit you might be and how much you know about the company up front. But anyway, that's what he did for his interview over there in merry old England. Oh, some burning happened here. This area is very interesting. I wonder, can I just like run into this and knock it over? Seems like all this stuff, the animals, as they try to get away from it, they're running things over. A wild silkworm. I don't know, silkworm moth. Yeah. Yeah. So it's about 72 degrees over there now, John, but it was like bacon hot during the day. Turning you into a kind of human bacon, cooking you right then and there. Getting cooked. Oh boy. I think, let me review where I was. Okay, so I was here. Okay, I did do that. Okay, this marker now gets to go away. Goodbye, marker. I figured you out. What was over here? I forget. I forget what was over here. I'm just going to remove it. So yeah, today I've been looking for ways to extend the witch stuff. What am I talking about? I'm talking about something like this. This is it's a sanctum. And you go here and you do a couple of real simple puzzling things. And then, yeah, you get a little bit further ahead. I noticed that I had been neglecting those. I got through the main quest, and I hadn't hardly even seen more than a witch or two. But you should probably have seen, playing the game, by the time you get to the end, all the witches. So I'm a little bit behind. I'm not quite there. So today is all about those witches, yo. In order to get closer to the witches, I gotta handle these soulless things. Let's just say quantum of solace. Wow. That's so random. That's the name of a James Bond film. So, okay, this place. Have I been here before? I don't know. Do I gotta beat some... Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to fight some people. Get out of here. Get out of here. Whoop-a-cha! Wow! Wow! Wow. I've got a lot of... Are these alkalites? Of the priesting variety? The bad guy priests? Is he trying to talk a mess to me? Try again, bruh. Try again. Talk your mess. Someone else, not me. Boom. Boom, boom. That's a dynamite. Oh. Great. That's great. I've got all these floating guys, but I'm going to try and take out the guys at the bottom first. They're easier to get at. I'll deal with those other ones later. I haven't put enough focus in my time playing into ranged combat. I've definitely not done that well. Hey, Wild Arms 420, how you doing? Nice to see you. You're my most consistent of all rumblers. You're so consistent, yeah. Man, I still have yet to be able to pass somebody over to you. Do you stream? Wild Arms 420? I think... Do you? I think you may. But I haven't been able to, like, haven't been able to raid anybody over to you yet. I look, and if you're there, I'll always immediately put folks over to you. 100% of the time, bruh. Unless you just are hanging. You're just enjoying yourself hanging. Then that's super good. Oh, no. Just trying to have some consideration. Okay. Ha! I'm just popping him off at a distance. He's coming closer. Boom! I think I can do a super shot like this. Wah! Oh! Oh, I did a super shot. Yeah, that was all it took. There, did I get everybody? No, I got more to go. See, John says, I would be concerned about established clicks and drama in a new management job, but that's here in the U.S. Yeah, it can be tough. Kick says, tired of streaming at 0? Oh, boy. You know, I've been on a real getting screwed over by fools on Kick lately run. So I'm going to take... Sorry, Kick. If anybody's there, I'm sorry, but I'm going to take his ability to constantly annoy you away and just landlock him to only kick. I don't know why I'm getting these. Like, I think it's the same guy doing it over and over, and like, it's never going to happen. I'm not going to pay you, dummy. You dumb fool. I'm not going to pay you for bots. Why would I do that? Like, all they have to do is just look and see that it's not even real. It's so easy to see if it's real or not. I'm not... Why would I do that? I'm not in it on Kick for that. So, let me just deactivate it. Goodbye, Kick. You no longer have a voice. I mean, you're still there. And if somebody keeps interfering on Kick, well, then it's just going to be only to other kickers. I'm sorry about that. But, we got snakes. Snakes in the garden doing what snakes do. Anyway. That's done. I took care of that. Whale. How about you, sir? Get down. Wow, it's kind of hot right now. It's hot today. Here. It's hot here. I think it's like 26 degrees. 26 degrees Celsius, which is relatively hot. I mean, it's not hot. Like 40 would be hot. 40 is when you're starting to get up around 100. And 26 is like, what is that, mid-80s? I don't know. Hey Google, 26 degrees centigrade is what in Fahrenheit? Go. Oh, it's only 78 degrees? Wow. Never mind. Well, how can I be hot right now? It doesn't even make any sense. 78 degrees isn't hot? That's like cool. That's nice. Oh. Oh, I have a fan. Ooh. Alright. Your Google just responded to you as well? Oh, my. It gives me so many ideas. I have so many ideas now. Can get your Google to do things for me. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, I need to put away my gun. I'm doing really cool these slow down bullet time moves with my gun when the gun's out. Which is neat, but... Okay, so, I am in an area. Oh no, it's still not cleared out. I thought I cleared the whole area out. Guess not. Okay, I'm just keep fighting some fools. I'm fighting people. I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna take him down. Oh, is there actually a boss man over here? Is there a boss man? I wonder if he has a 90-day plan. 90-day plan to create all nefarious manner of outcomes. Wow, language. He said I'm as green as a something. I didn't understand what he was trying to tell me about myself. Okay, where is that guy? Oh, you're a filth. You are. Talk to me like that. I think that I should do more, like I should aim on that and whatnot. I should get my aim on. Do like a better job of shooting. Also, there are a number of special moves that I can use. Like if I find him in view, if I just press the Alt button, like I do an auto shoot, I think. Yeah, like that. Do you see that? I didn't actually shoot that. I just tried to do an evasive maneuver, which is nice. I feel... There we go. That bothers me, how when I get hit, it immediately removes my pistol and puts my sword in place. Like, how does that actually make sense? I know it makes some kind of sense. Like, I can come up with a design reason. It's just not a very good one. I have the power! Oh. There's so many bad guys around, but they're not around me exactly. These guys. Wow! Wow! Ow! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I took them out. That's it. The area has been liberated. They're running. I have routed them. They done been routed. Okay. Oh my goodness. You'll never know. So, okay. The sun has come out, and that's great. And now, you ready? All right. Hold. I'm opening up my Discord. We're about to get a guest spot by Ajib. He's going to tell me about Disclosure Day. Give me his hot take, bro. Get that hot take. All right. Starting that voice call too. Starting it. Okay, we're coming on. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. How are you?
How's sounding today?
Wow. Yeah. Well,
Better than last time?
but I think so. Keep going. I want to assess more. I want more of it.
Continue, sir.
Yeah, you sounded pretty good.
I'm just... Yeah, this is... well, it better be good, because I just got this new headset. It was recommended by Neo Duckman. I don't know what it is. Just a second. Let me check the exterior of this headset so I can do some shameless advertising.
Please. Advertise all up in my face.
It's a KX something something. It's the alternative to a Razer Kraken.
Oh.
If you will.
Oh.
Yeah, because I used to have Razer Kraken previously. Enjoyed it, loved it. Great acoustics, great deep bass, but a bit heavy, ergonomically speaking, a bit heavy on the head, so you couldn't really play extended periods with it.
Wow, it was actually that heavy, hey? Did it have
It was that heavy.
Did it have physical bass, like actually vibrating when there's bass?
Yes.
Right.
So yes, all that.
Wow.
Good stuff.
All that in a bag of chips. I have one of those, like that. This is a head crusher, so it's like yeah, head crusher.
Is it literally a pain on the head?
It's
or is it light?
It's light. I mean, for me, it feels pretty good. I was working with
yours, sir?
What's that?
Could you advertise your headset, sir?
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's like an ANC head crusher, I believe. And I got it.
It's actually head crusher. Ah, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant in terms of weight.
Which is completely reasonable. I should have pointed out that distinction because the coherence and yeah, no, it's literally, its brand is literally called Head Crusher, and it has actual weighted bass in it so that there's vibration, and when it's bassy you hear the bass. It is incredible when you watch a movie because
ooh, yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Now this thing, I worked with an audiophile, and he's like, I'm getting a new one because my current one stopped working. It just fell apart. He's like, everything about it is good, but it won't stay on my head anymore. So I need to get a new one. And I'm like, oh, that sounds nice. And I'd never invested in something like that before. And he got it, and it was $200. So
yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now.
And I got one. Yeah. So literally a $200 headset is crazy, right? But I don't use the mic on it. I could use the mic on it, but I've deadened it. Instead, I'm using this this Shure MB7 Plus, which is, yeah, a pretty decent.
which does the job.
It does the
Yeah,
job.
more. Yeah, or more.
Or more, but you know, it's more of like a setup, right? It's on an arm, it's a rig. So if you just want like that all-in-one convenience, and it's like nice and high end, then yeah, get what you got. So that's awesome, man.
They're fantastic.
Heck yeah. So tell me about this
So what's going
disclosure
on,
day.
sir?
Oh, and by
Ooh,
the way,
disclosure
is your friend from Germany? Did he have to leave again, or is he still around? Or
So yeah, so he's come to the UK to visit his, well, used to be fiance, now wife. She lives in Cambridge. So she was actually defending her thesis at Cambridge, whatever that uni is called, University of Cambridge,
Yeah,
Cambridge
yeah.
University,
big time.
big one. So she was defending her thesis, and my friend was just, he was, in a nice way, he was kicked out because she was quite stressed in the lead up to her defense.
As much
So
as
she was
could
like, "All right."
possibly be.
Exactly. She was like, you'll just need to
F
go out
off.
for like a couple of days.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
So then he's like, so then he hit me up and he's like, hey, are you in town? I was like, I'm quite busy. I got a driving test Monday. I got an interview Tuesday. So
Right.
to be honest, it's not ideal. He's like, listen, I'm flexible. I'll be like at 5, after 5 we could do something. There's no
Mhm.
rush. So I was like, all right, cool. After working hours. So caught up with him, had a nice Sri Lankan dinner, then went to the theater, which I enjoy. I love going to the theater.
It's
and I just
great,
haven't
right?
done it enough. Oh, I love it. And the seats were so nice. I mean, I kind of like in Brighton, there was this theater. I think they call it the oldest theater in England.
Oh my goodness.
One of the oldest functioning theaters, let's say.
Yeah, sure.
Really nice, cozy, non-franchise theater. Really nice, intimate, good vibes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, nothing big, just one screen. So I used to
Oh.
go there quite often in Brighton.
Oh.
The interiors were really nice, and just I haven't been since I left Brighton. So last night was kind of that big theater experience, like Odeon. Excuse me, Odeon. So which is I think like a pretty big franchise. It's like
Odeon
Cineplex.
Cineplex.
Exactly, right? In
Mhm.
Canada, it would be Cineplex or Scotiabank Theater, if I remember
Ah,
correctly.
well, you're bringing the true and the good. That's
Exactly.
accurate.
So yeah, I mean the seats were nice. I was really surprised about the seats, like reclining system and all that. But the film,
Yeah.
very interesting. Like to the point where,
Yeah.
I feel like if I hadn't talked to you or heard your
Mhm.
opinion and your anecdote,
Yeah.
because we were reviewing the film after, and I was like, had I not spoken to Rick and had he not shared his little incident of like being triangulated by
Yeah.
deer,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, I would have given it like a 6.5, 7.
Yep.
But just because of that element of potential realism and that potential parallel to reality, to your lived experience,
Oh yeah.
I'd give it like a 7.5, maybe
Whoa.
even 8. Because
Oh,
yeah, like
I
it
got
just
the
bumps it up a bit.
I got between the 1 to 1.5 bump on the knowing and the sharing.
Yeah,
Holy buckets.
exactly. Because the almond eyes, like the fact that
Yeah.
like the extraterrestrials, for the most part, or at least for half of the time that they're actually depicted, it's
Yeah.
in form of things that you encountered, right? The deer and
Yeah.
whatever, what have you not.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that aspect. I felt there was an homage to E.T. as well. It was very Steven Spielberg-esque in a sense, right?
Yep.
It's like it all builds up to this climactic moment. But yeah, but I felt like Act 3 really picked up, and it ended the movie on a good note, which is surprising. Usually you get like films that start off strong and then they kind of taper off in the end. I feel this one was, it started off vague, a bit slow, took its time. Act 1, slow. Act 2, you're still confused. You're still like, okay, but then obviously you know the, what is it called? The twist that's coming. And then Act 3 was really solid. And I was like, okay, that was That's actually really nice. And then it ultimately makes you walk out of the theater or the experience just being like, I wish this is what the release of the tranches had
Yeah.
been. Right? Because that's what
Yeah.
I was thinking of the whole time. I was like, the
Yeah.
tranches, I wish it was this.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I was expecting when they
Yeah.
were like, oh, we'll release all these documents.
Yeah.
So, no,
Well,
it was great. It was great.
like it would have the immediate effect, in my opinion. Well, first of all, it'd make people feel really insecure. But then, second of all, it would make people feel more united. Like it would immediately make
Yes.
people feel like they're one people and that there's something else that's not them. Because I think so much of the way that humanity is coded socially is sort of like who's in your group and who's out of your group. And so like and I don't know if that's good. I don't know if I love it, but I think it's probably true. At least you'll see it true at times. And if we had some kind of other to reference in comparison to ourselves. And if in fact they could come in and say, do you know what the whole thing is? It's empathy. It's like if there's this higher life form that comes over and goes, did you guys know that you don't actually, that there's no value in hating each other and that it's all just this fake weirdness? Did you guys know that your senses are tricking you? That your sense perceptions are creating, along with your brain, which you guys are developing, right? You're coming along, but that you come away with these distortions of reality, and you end up being stuck in your own frame of reference, so much so that you fail to see how you're united and connected to this person in front of you. Like you have this opportunity to grow into becoming a better people, right? And notice how I keep talking in the plural, right? It's like that to me would be a really nice outcome of knowing that we aren't alone, that we could be more together as a people instead of so fractious. So anyway, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
No,
more in
no,
love with the
definitely.
idea of what Steven Spielberg was trying to do than the film itself. The film itself was just, I don't understand. Like they had a lot of money with top talent, right? Putting it all together, probably one of the best editors on earth, and they kind of came away with a pretty unbalanced thing, right? And the criticism of being like this movie that's just one long chase is more or less
Yeah.
right. And doesn't that create fatigue? Like I don't actually think that those long chase sequences are very desired
Yeah.
anymore. Like it's
Yeah.
noise, it's stupid. It's like filler.
No, I totally understand. I mean, there
Yep.
was there was that one chase where I was like, does the average viewer actually get entertained by this? But you know what? There are people who do get a kick out of it. Like
Speed
I had a friend
or no.
who was enjoying Fast and Furious
Sorry.
7, whatever it was.
That's what I
Sorry, go
meant.
ahead. Yeah.
Some people just love that shit. I find it literally
Exactly.
brain drain. I can't.
Oh, same.
I'd rather stare at a white wall. I'd rather just stare at a wall. It just, I can't watch that shit. It's so boring.
I feel like action sequences are
Just
um
stupid.
yeah,
It's like
sometimes they
stuff
don't make
blowing
sense, and
up.
it's unnecessary.
Like, ooh,
Yes.
wow. Fireworks. Who cares?
Ooh, Michael Bay. Ooh, Michael Bay effects.
Michael Bay. Well, the thing is, any of that Michael Bay stuff that's any good is when he kind of humanizes something that's hard to relate to. Like, so if the Transformer ends up having some sort of knight chivalric honor and he is there standing and defending the planet and like against all of his former brethren, and yet he's standing here defending the planet. Like, okay, that's the shit that I like that Michael Bay does. But like everything on the way to that, everything else, all the large S, is just like I'm not 10. I'm not a 10-year-old
Yeah.
child.
Yes. Like these effects were cool when I was 10. Now they're just like, all right, get on with it. Let's get to the point.
Well, and it's like even when I was 10 and I didn't realize it, the thing that I really loved was the human experience. Like the part about, oh, that could be me being a hero. Oh, I could be helping someone. Oh, I could be making the world a better, safer place. I could be powerful. Like that's the shit as a kid that I gravitated to. Not all that hot ass noise everywhere. Like that's just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
ugh. How does that get greenlit? How do people spend money on that shit? And why do people go watch it, right? Like, ugh.
I mean, that's the reason why there's like 14 Fast and Furiouses. like, like for some reason, somehow there seems to be
Well,
um, this need for it for
it
people like
and
these adrenaline junkies,
is it and so like
cinematic adrenaline junkies.
yes, I sit there trying to connect with it. I want to understand why a thing is loved. Like I want to extract out of it what is meaningful because I don't want to like I like the idea that everybody has some kind of valid point of view, right? Like somehow that somebody has some interesting reason for what they believe because they're here on the planet, they're self-aware, they're sentient. Maybe they're a little bit different in the priorities, but so I like to try to use mediums like that, like some kind of an art to bridge over to someone or some way of thinking that I don't understand, like bridging, right? Empathy. It's the whole thing, right? Like I want to understand my fellow person. I want to know what's going on. Like that's a big reason to even just be on the planet breathing air, like just to understand each other. But yeah, a lot of that stuff I can't figure out what about it is gravitational for them. Like I don't like I know like excitement and getting your heart pumping is like that is enough of a reason to do a thing, right? That's why we have rides at the fair, or why you go and you sit down and
Exactly.
one of those fast spinning carousels, right? And like, whoa, I'm feeling
The
the
spinning
centrifugal
teacups.
force. Yeah, and the teacups, like the teacup on a swirling thing, going three different directions at once, like destroying your inner ear. Your vestibular system is going to fail.
Destroying your inner bodily functions.
You will throw up,
Yes.
especially after the corn dog and the cotton candy. But yeah, I don't know. It's yeah,
So, have you
it's
seen the
strange.
film or no? You just
I saw little
watched
bits and
trailers.
pieces of it. You know, like
Okay. Because I feel like you've got the gist of the film quite well for
I'm
someone who hasn't seen it.
no, well, yeah. Usually, I get the idea pretty well, and then I saw an interview or two of Steven Spielberg, so then I understand the beat. But
Yeah.
like it's nowhere here in Vietnam, so I can't go see it. So I don't know. But the concepts that it contains, and I do know that empathy is like a big note of it. This like remote viewing, like there's this thing I noticed, like there's a MacGuffin where somebody holds on to something and then suddenly they can remote view into someone or someplace or something. And by all accounts, people can do remote viewing to some degree or another, and I don't understand it, but it's been reproduced. Somehow that is remotely possible. Remote viewing remotely possible. And I don't, I don't know anything about it. I don't know what that would be like, but the idea that you could bridge space and time and get sort of adjacent to somebody without being right beside them or somehow inside their frame of reference, like that is a device for empathy. That is yeah, that the idea of better understanding why people do what they do is just a big part of art, if you ask me. Like understanding who am I
For sure.
and what's my purpose, but then in the same way, who is that person and what are they all about? And then how can we get together? How can we be one people? That's like, I think that's what that film wants to be about. But yeah, I've heard it no end of it's one big race sequence. And also that it's got the stupid MacGuffin, like this like crystal that you hold, like that's just like stop it. That's so stupid. That's so childish as well. Like you need
Yeah.
to have a device.
How did you feel about that? Well, how did you feel about that crystal thing?
It just
You
everything that
do
I've
know
seen
quite a
about it.
fair bit about this film.
I mean, you hold a crystal, and then that's where the power resides. Like somehow,
Yes.
like to have an alien influence is to like you hold on to a stick. It's just so fucking stupid, isn't it?
Do you believe the argument that again these whatever motifs, metaphors, symbols
Mm-hmm.
that are applied and
Mm.
used in like mainstream Hollywood
Yep.
is reflective of how do I say without sounding
I think I know where you're going.
dismissive?
Basically,
Like it's
you're
more palatable, let's
exactly.
say.
Basically, you dumb down what is
Yes.
a metaphor? Like, okay, in order to
A larger
understand,
metaphor, something more complex.
and you
Yes,
make it,
just
you
something like that.
physicalize it so that.
Yes.
But
Yes.
it's a very cynical approach to other people. Like the idea is the only way I can get through to him is to concretize a metaphor about giving a shit and about having the agency to think from another person's point of view by holding a fucking stick. It's just like, it's so insulting to me. Like
It is. It's quite insulting. I was like,
it
such a great film if it wasn't for that bit. No,
like
I agree.
and you know, and
200%.
then they would have been accused of like, well, it's very hard to relate to. Well, it's kind of like woozy metaphor, hard to understand. I'm like, well, yeah, but literally every movie that was ever worth watching is going to have a heaping helping of that, because for me, the way that I come to understand a thing that I don't know, I can't somehow know the unknowable without bridging. I have to bridge from something I do know to it. And the only way to bridge something that you don't understand is to take this funny leap, this funny walk across a bridge that's a metaphor. It's not real. There's no other way to understand something. Like literally, the brain can't do it without making some weird transformational magic happen. Otherwise, you would never be able to take a thing that is like A and make it understandable if you know a B. Like you have to be able to put those side by side or put one inside the other, like containerize it. And so yeah, it's this very cynical idea that the viewers on average are so dumb that you have to literally take a metaphor and turn it into a concrete thing. And I just think it's very cynical. And people who make movies should go fuck off if they're that cynical. Like, go away if you don't believe in your fellow person. I believe that people can pick up, even dumb, quote unquote, dumb people can, like, we all do metaphor all day long and we don't even know it. It's just
We don't
the
realize it,
act of grasping what we don't understand, and then it becomes something that we know a bit and then know more fully. So it's, yeah, like, get the MacGuffins out of here. It's like Steven Spielberg. Bro. You're in your 80s now, and
Yes.
you're regressing. You're becoming a child.
Yes.
What is this, actually?
Yes.
I don't know that you're at the height of your game. Because MacGuffins ain't that. It's like, so yeah, I don't know. Looking at it, it drives me nuts. Like the concept of it drives me nuts because I want something to be a vehicle. Okay, now here's a metaphor. A vehicle for us to get inside and drive somewhere together and go to the same destination side by side. What the fuck? You don't need a MacGuffin to do that. You just need some decent storytelling. Anyway,
Absolutely.
that's
How
my
do you
hot
feel
take.
about? No, I 100% agreed.
Hmm.
And I'd go one step further,
Hmm.
as to say that vehicle that takes you to a place. We need not go to the same destination.
Oh.
I'm okay with that as well,
Oh.
right? So like at some point after I left Canada, I
Hmm.
really got into David Lynch,
Ooh.
and it was unsettling. Like his films are very deeply unsettling. I think I've seen most of his, with the exception of, I still haven't finished Eraserhead and Inland Empire, right? But the others I've seen, and it's deeply unsettling. And part of it is the fact that nothing makes sense. They make sense as they happen,
Hmm.
as in the sense that you're watching something happen, but in the grand scheme of things, nothing makes sense. David Lynch himself, rest in peace, was a big fan, an avid fan, and a champion of transcendental meditation. Right, so he was really into like the dream state, consciousness, and all these things. Right, like he
Mhm.
was like even and not an academic, but a speaker on that subject.
Yeah.
He had the initiative, the foundation, and whatever, and he was quite vocal about it. But he made watching his films made me realize what I enjoyed in films, and it was that, again, back to that vehicle, like take me to a place where we can go together, and then along the way, or maybe at the end, at the outcome of this drive, we we could end up in different places, and you could go somewhere else, but we could also converge together through our different avenues that we've taken along the journey, and then we all end up in one end location. So I remember watching his films and just being like, what did I just watch? number one. And then the experience of like the enjoyment I get with David Lynch is when I make a friend watch David Lynch and I see their reaction.
Oh.
Because I'm like, okay, this is why he's so polarized. Like people either love David Lynch or they hate him because they're like, why did I waste an hour and 50 minutes of my life? Like nothing made sense. Like I want A led to B, led to C, led to D. I want a linear storytelling system. Tarantino will do the occasional chopped up storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
People find that pretty amusing, pretty
Mm-hmm.
entertaining. That's
Mm-hmm.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
But Lynch is like, A could be happening, but you could be imagining it. B could be happening, but you could be imagining it. So it questions the whole forum, so to speak, right? It questions the whole
Yeah.
medium of storytelling, like
Mm.
the entire experience. You're not questioning it throughout the experience, like what am I watching?
Yeah.
You're doing it in a very active way, in a very um, indulging way. So you're like, yes, I am gonna go with wherever he's taking me, whether it's a dream or not. I'm gonna go with it, and I'm gonna come up with my conclusion at the end, and then let's compare notes at the end. So it's a very individual yet shared experience with David Lynch films. And I don't know if you've seen. I feel like I've just gone on David Lynch
Dude,
tangent.
don't stop. I'm riveted. Keep going, please.
Uh,
With
yeah, I got him because I fell in love with films and just like how it made me realize like linear storytelling. I think I'm done with it.
mm,
Not to sound dismissive, but it's just. I mean, they're good on a plane if you want to watch it on a plane. They're good if you take your younger sibling or your child to the theater. Accepted, acceptable. But on my own um, pleasure-seeking activity, if it comes to a movie that goes from A led to
mhm.
B, led to C, I'm not quite entertained. I don't know if you've seen Twin Peaks.
Mm.
Do you remember anything when it was coming out at the time? Because you lived that era, right? Like that was
So I love Kyle
something.
MacLachlan.
Oh
Love.
yes,
Okay, and
yes,
David Lynch's Dune. That crazy
the
movie.
original.
Those two
Yes.
things together for me, I love so much. I have a huge hole, a huge gap in my film watching. I haven't seen hardly anything of him. And it's not because I'm trying to avoid him, it just hasn't come up. Like, you know how you have like a really funny gap and you're like, why do I have such a gap there? So I have a massive gap with him, but I've heard nothing but good. And everybody, like Gina Gershon, is in. Is she in that movie?
In which one?
Oh, sorry, Mulholland Drive is a series, but
No,
Velvet.
Mulholland Drive's a film. It's
Oh, it is.
Mulholland Drive is Naomi Watts and
Oh,
the other one. I don't
mm,
know.
oh,
Gina
sorry.
Gershon might be in Lost Highway,
Mm. Okay, so
possibly.
I did see that movie and I loved it, and I thought it was tremendous. Um, I loved it so much, actually. I remember that now. You mentioned the main actress. Yep, I saw it. I loved it.
Mulholland Drive, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, sir. I feel like, see, the thing is, yeah, it's just, it's either you like it or you don't. And like Blue Velvet, if you've ever
Hmm.
got the time, I would recommend. Wait, I just checked. Gina Gershon, David Lynch never officially collaborated, so I just had to fact check. Okay, no, it wasn't
Really?
Gina Gershon. Yeah,
Whoa.
it was. Who was in? It was that Patricia Arquette. I think she was in Lost Highway.
Oh,
Was it?
s-
I'm getting
that's
names right. Yeah, Patricia Arquette. Oh, that's.
was in that
Oh,
Tarantino
and
film.
your doppelganger, Bill Pullman. He's in Lost Highway.
Oh,
These are some absurd films, sir. Like
we will not go gently into that good night
yes.
on
Oh, this is
Independence Day.
what a great film.
Hmm.
What a great film. But
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, I give credit to David Lynch in like broadening my vistas in terms of like uh, not necessarily cinematic experience, but in terms of filmmaking. And there's a really interesting, funny meme. Well, it's become a meme now. It's like a short soundbite. I mean, it's like a 15-second clip, 20-second clip, which is ironic to how David Lynch's filmmaking style is, and the clip is, it's basically behind the scenes. David Lynch is directing, and one of the actors or someone on set says, but isn't this scene too long? And he's like, I don't give a fuck how long it is. Like, that's what David Lynch would do. He would take one scene or one moment and he'd stretch it beyond your threshold. So, like, you know how the average film, average Hollywood mainstream film would have a shot and maybe it, like, zoom out, and then there's more or less a time how long you'd see that scene, right? So let's say like 5-6 seconds, and then it would cut scene to another shot.
Yes.
David Lynch was renowned for like holding that shot and like zooming out until your brain just explodes, implodes, and it's like, oh my god, when is the scene ending? Oh my god, this is really taking me on the edge. So in that behind the scenes footage, there's like a co-star or someone just being like, but do we really have to like hold the scene that long? Or don't you think it's too long? And he's like, I don't, and he's got that megaphone with him as well. He's like, I don't give a fuck about how long the scene is. I want you to feel it. So yeah, again, against the norms, just a completely different style of filmmaking. You either love it, you don't.
A producer or script supervisor. The iconic meme you're looking for is from a behind-the-scenes documentary where a producer or script supervisor asks David Lynch to shorten a scene. Hold on.
Yes. And he has this, like, not Southern hospitality. He's I don't know if he's from the Pacific Northwest. I don't know where exactly he's from, but he's everyone, all his co-stars, like Kyle MacLachlan, everyone's like, he's actually a very nice guy.
But you know, sometimes there's that moment in time where you have to kind of lay it down. I mean, I would expect a director to be phenomenally hard-nosed at times, because if you aren't, then all people come into the kitchen and think they can be the cook, and then basically the product will fail. You know, like the thing being built, the piece of art, it will fail. So, like, it's not necessarily that he's a hard-nosed jackass. It's that he's fulfilling a role that's necessary to get something done that's creative, and a lot of people might want to input on and, you know, unravel or permutate in a way that is not, you know, toward the singular vision. Anyway, this is it.
If you want to cut the time down.
Oh, nice. You found it.
What is this with everybody?
No.
What is it? Really?
me. It's
Why?
my fault.
I'm serious. Fucking A, man. It drives me nuts. Who gives a fucking shit how long a scene is?
Bam. This guy right here, I've been around. See the guy who's in the background, and he's like, oh God, it's happening.
Serious.
Oh God.
Fucking A, man.
This is happening.
It
This is
drives
real.
me
Like he's like inside, he's like, oh God. I wonder, like, if he's heard this before, he knows it so well. Are they good buddies?
He's
'Cause,
just like, oh, you don't do that.
they're
Not
making-
to him, you don't say that.
yeah, like it's total eye contact, right? It's like he's got that knowing look. Like they are brain melded right now, right? And he's smiling at him. He's like, unload. He's like, unload, unleash hell, unleash the dogs of war now, nuke this person, end them. And he's smiling.
If you want to cut the time down, I'll tell you now.
But yeah, I would love, Rick. I would love for like someone as a student of film and everything that you know, and psychology and dream state and surrealism. I would love your input and your interpretation of Mulholland Drive if you haven't seen it in a while.
I think I would need to rewatch it. I just remember it being really special. Like sometimes a story, when you finished watching it, it felt very it felt like an essential piece of an experience that somehow you got to get insight on. Like basically, you got to have a lived experience that otherwise wasn't yours and you wouldn't have, and that you got that gift. So it felt so authentic and natural and real to me that it's like it wasn't like it was an event. It was like it was a memory or something. Like I don't know. So yeah, we need to watch it again because it just kind of got integrated, right? Like I don't have a clear line of demarcation. There's no clear perimeter around the movie. I don't know if that makes sense, but like some art is so fundamental and resonates so fully that it gets into you and it becomes merged with your frequency. I don't know. So it's like that. Like this is my excuse of like why I can't say I don't know anything about that shit. Like I remember it was fantastic. I think I took the movie with me after it was done. Like it's a passenger. So I don't know. Like I don't. I have to watch it again. But I remember Naomi in it, and I think I absolutely loved the role. And I might have seen more Lynch movies than I even know. Sometimes it's just like something comes on and I don't realize that that is what it was. But yeah, I really loved Dune, the original Dune with McLaughlin, and I loved that take. I just thought it was really spectacular. A lot of people thought it was unbalanced. I liked it a lot.
It got a lot of flack at the time.
Yep.
Right?
Well,
I mean, it was considered his... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you, please.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think at the time it was considered like a flop and...
Yeah.
And just, yeah, people weren't on board. And then I think in the last few years, maybe in the last decade, there's been like this resurgence. It's like cult following now for an appreciation for that film or like what he was trying to achieve.
Yeah. I was so down with all of the cult of that. I loved it so much. I don't know. And it was imbalanced. But it's like when you find diamonds in the mud. Like, yeah, it's mud, but also diamonds. So you're going to ignore those diamonds? Why would you do that? Why are those diamonds not still diamonds? So it's like the really high quality good stuff that goes right into the vein, right? It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be part of a pristine perfect thing. And sometimes it even stands out all the better for imperfections around it. But I don't know. That's my silly take. Wow. So that was a nice little foray into filmdom and your take on Disclosure Day. And, you know, juxtaposing it with David Lynch filmmaking. And I get the sense that you would say David Lynch honors more the viewer and considers them less to be requiring a MacGuffin, like allows for something more transformational to take place on the screen than, say, some parochial long chase sequence with MacGuffins to help bridge the gap because, you know, cynically, people are just too stupid to consume something that is hard to relate to, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Now, by the way, if you're pausing for dramatic effect, it's brilliant. But otherwise, I don't hear you. You might have tapped the mute button.
Way! Oh, I put the mute button. I'm sorry.
I was giving it a moment because in the same vein and spirit of Lynch, just let it happen. Let it take as long as it takes. I was trying to respect the concept of what we were talking about, just in case.
You were trying to respect the artist. And the artist was just too dumb to unmute. Yeah, no, I was saying probably with Steven Spielberg with the chase scenes. I feel like at some we've reached this point where those long, drawn out chase scenes are sort of expected of him, and he feels like,
oh no,
this is what he's good at. So let's repeat the success formula.
Oh no.
Do you know what I mean? Like it was.
Oh,
like,
I know what you mean.
I was like, that didn't need to be there. Like, could we make it a bit more? I don't want to say cerebral, but it's just like it's a good idea. Like I like the idea. I like the plot.
Yeah.
More or less. I like the deer.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because it resonated with your anecdote.
Well, you remember that silly movie with Roddy Piper, They Live? Remember we were vibing on that?
So good.
Right? You get the idea. You see what I'm saying, right? Like, there's something about the world in front of you not experienced as it actually is. Isn't that the part that resonates? Isn't that the cool part? Isn't the idea that they are among us very, very tantalizing and fascinating. And what if? Like, that's where the story was.
100%.
Yeah.
Do you know what I like in They Live? I recently watched it again. I think by
Mhm.
recently I mean like 2-3 years ago.
Nice.
Like I made a friend watch it. I was like, listen, he's a big fan of films, and I was like, you haven't seen you don't know until you've seen They Live, and he is obviously a wrestling fan, and he's like, oh my god, how have I not heard of this? I was like, because they don't want you to hear about this. They don't want you to know. So we watched it, and what stuck with me and what struck out was there's a scene. I don't know if you can find it, and I think if you find it, you'll get a copyright flag. I don't know because it's quite stretched, right? I really enjoy scenes that play out beyond the normal time frame.
Yeah.
Like again, that theory that we can only focus on a certain thing for a certain time, and
Right.
then we need something else, another stimulus, right? So this scene, and I like it when people or a medium challenges that, right? And there's this scene in They Live where, so he's got the glasses, right? And he can see who's real and who's not. And he's got one buddy, which happens to be, here's a call out to another classic film. He's got one friend, buddy of his, who's also in The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing.
Classic.
Classic, such a brilliant cabin fever-esque horror film.
Kurt Russell and that's
needs
so
to be
good.
revisited. Oh, so good, right?
Mhm.
And like the fact that how that ends, I think is one of the best endings in a horror film after Friday the 13th.
You and
And-
literally writers who write screenplays for a living think that very same thing. Like that is a held opinion by people who do it for a living. That's one of the best endings. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's not like, yeah, I kind of like it when it's not straight. It's not given to you at face value. You've got to come up with your assumption based on what you've seen and based on the camera techniques and the lighting and the shadow and the thing. But anyway, back to the thing that I was talking about. My brain's all over the place. Was it? Oh yeah, They Live. So Roddy Piper has his glasses, and his friend is this guy who's in The Thing, and he just wants him to put on the pair of glasses and see for himself. And what ensues is, I shit you not, what ensues is like a 15-minute fight sequence of them trying to fight it out, and the guy saying, I don't want to wear those glasses, and Roddy Piper saying, you need to wear those glasses because you need to see the truth. And it's a 15-minute fight to the death. It's the most absurd thing, but yet it makes so much sense. It's so hilarious, so fantastical, all at the same time.
Yes.
And the 15-minute fight ends with Roddy Piper finally overpowering his friend and being like, take the glasses. And the guy finally puts on the glasses, and that's the end of the scene.
Yes, that is.
And he's like, okay, now I see it.
Okay, so how can we relate that to you're trying to get somebody to think a little bit more outside of their box to receive another point of view about the world? And like you got to fight for 15 minutes straight just to get them to try for 1 second
action
to
scene.
wake the fuck up and put some glasses
Exactly.
on. Just one
Like,
thing.
there's so much in that. Yes.
You know
feel
what?
Like that scene captures so much.
Yeah. Yes. That's a really good one. All right, now I need to watch it. I need to go watch it.
Oh, it's brilliant. Like, I was dying of laughter because of how true it is, how real it is. Like,
Yeah.
it's a metaphor for, like, trying to get people online or people that you meet in, like, today's very information-laden, polarized society. Like, no, this is... I need you to see this. And people just being like, no, I don't want to. Let me stick to my preconceived notions and the way
Yeah.
I think and the way my belief
Yeah.
system.
Why would I want to be
And they
exposed to your
fight.
lies?
Exactly. And the fight that ensues is just amazing.
Yeah, like WWE style, like next level
Yeah,
of
like just-
absurdity.
Yeah, so like WWE absurdity, they beat each other up, and then there's like intermittent pauses between their fight. Like there's no dialogue, right? So it's silence.
Minutes
then
of it.
15 minutes. Like John Carpenter is a legend. Like I feel like that fight scene is so underrated. Like so they get tired from fighting, then they stop. Then Roddy Piper takes the glasses, gives it back to him, and the guy starts punching Roddy Piper. He's like, "I'm not wearing those glasses." And then another fights, and then the fight continues for 5 minutes, and then they get tired again, and it just keeps going until
It is absolutely like that. That is an example of a played out scene that essentially is a metaphor for trying to get somebody to take one moment to consider something that is not
That's it.
currently in their view.
100%.
Oh God.
But it done in such a ridiculous way with Roddy Piper in it. Oh, it's
Perfection.
brilliant.
Absolutely perfect. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Wow. Well, so what does the rest of your day look like, man? I don't want to keep you at an outsized
Sir,
length
um,
of time.
no, I mean, I think this has been good. This is,
Yeah.
I woke up early because I woke up at 6, so because of the sunlight. I mean, sun comes out at like 5:30,
Oh.
gets too hot, and like
Yep.
sleep is gone.
So you're on
Really
the
gone,
you're on
so-
the sun facing side, hey, where you sleep.
Oh yeah, I am.
That's the only bummer.
Exactly.
Like if like you, I guess the one thing if you could do recon in the next place where you're gonna live is to find like, can you find the place where the sleeping side is where the sun goes down?
Yes,
Or well,
yes.
I might not be saying that in an actually sensible way, but anyway, where the sun won't come up
That
in your
makes
eyes.
sense. Yes.
I mean, some people like being
I
awakened.
got this place in a haste. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I feel
yeah,
like
yeah,
this place was a bit of a
Yep,
just
yep,
a quick thing,
Yep.
temporary
yep.
for work purposes. But
Yeah.
I was like, let me just settle down, and then once work, because most
course.
of my work is remote, right? Like I don't
Mm,
need to go into the
mm.
office,
Mm-mm.
but I still wanted to be present, just to
Yeah. Yeah.
show a bit of intent and like the fact that I care and like I'm
Yeah.
willing to be a bit roving. Like I can go around if you want me to.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, I've like lessons learned. It's like, all right, next time, take your time, make sure which way the sun faces. But to be honest, I mean, it's England. It's gonna be cold and rainy
I know, right? It's
in a
like
few days. Like that's the default.
if you manage to wake up and it's too sunny and too hot, like maybe it's how you look at it. Maybe you can be grateful for that instead.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yes.
I know. I know what you mean.
Yeah. So it's 7:24, and I technically start at 9. So I'm all coffeeed up. I'm awake.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you're ready to
Enjoy
kind of
your
gradually settle into your work configuration then.
My work config.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, right
That's
on.
unreal. Thanks for having me, sir.
Yeah, well,
This has
thanks for
been nice.
popping
This
on.
was a nice little drop in.
It was great, and I love to get your
Enjoyed
take
this.
on it. Like, so enriching for me. My favorite. So thank you.
I love discussing films with you.
So
I feel
good.
like you get it. Thank you. Thanks, Rick.
Yeah. Thanks, Art. Well, I'll talk to you again, man.
All right.
See
Take
ya.
it easy.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, that was cool. Okay, so guest spot, always amazing. I'm gonna take a quick fiver. I'm at about an hour and a half, I suppose, right around there. And I'll be back. Now, I might only do half a day, because I'm a little bit under the weather. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, a little bit deeper than normal, because I got, just a little bit under the weather. But just try to be a real. A hobgoblin of consistency, I'm trying to embrace my inner hobgoblin. And so, yeah, give me 5. I'm going to throw up my timer real quick after I reset it. I have a feeling when I leave, something's going to come attack me. Maybe I should take my bear out. Just have my bear hang out with me. He'll kill any comers. He's a stand-up fella. As mounts go, he's pretty good. Pretty strong. Strong in the pocket. Very protective. Okay, so I'm going to hit my reset button. Throw the timer on the screen. Hey, there it is. Start that timer. Hey. Okay, I'll be back before that goes to 0, probably. All right. Thank you. Wah. Wah. Okay. What do we have here? What's going on? Take off the live. Or no, wait. No, not that. Take off the timer. We don't need that timer. Okay. So, I just had a wonderful little, a delightful diversion. It was great to hear intelligent, thoughtful conversation. Isn't that fun? Super cool. Let me know the next time you want to pop on, by the way. I'm always up for it. I'm always up for a hangout. Anytime. And then, yeah. I think I've already ground my weapon like 3 times here. I just keep going to it and grinding. I don't... What am I doing? Yeah. Okay, cool. Well... Yeah. Let's see. Looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm trying. I don't know if you're there. I'm knocking on your door right now, John. I'm knocking.
Hello?
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Awesome. Super good. I can hear myself. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me
Yep.
mute you.
Yep.
There you go.
All right. Hey, you know what that reminds me of? Did you ever listen to the Art Bell show?
Yes, off and on, because it was always at some weird times, and I was raising 2 kids and school and family and work, and not a lot. I wanted to, but I've been listening to a lot of what he's said and has done on YouTube. The old I can't remember the name of the show, but the Midnight in the Desert.
Exactly.
Falls, and
West of the Rockies.
and then yes, and then I know the guy's still alive because I see him on the UFO. I'm sorry, Skinwalker Ranch.
George Norrie?
But who's? Yes.
Yeah, he was the guy who was like filling in for him here and there and all that. I know.
It seems like he took over, I thought.
He did. Yeah, he ended
Okay.
up taking over. Like I remember there was that moment where I was digging around with it, where Art Bell, where his wife, like there was this horrible accident that happened, and she died, or I don't know what happened. I don't know if she had some anaphylactic shock or what, but she passed away, and I just remember just all of that period of time. But I was listening well before then as well. I would just listen at night while I was playing a game, and anyway, he would tell somebody to say, like, all right, caller, please turn off your volume on your radio. You have to turn off your radio now. I remember. Because they would get stuck hearing themselves, and it's so confusing,
Now, what's interesting? Oh, I see. Hold on, one second, because I'm still hearing you from delayed, and I'm going, why am I hearing? Oh, it's because I'm watching you on Roku on a 65-inch television.
Nice. That's so good.
But in order to chat with you, I have to use my phone, and on my phone, you're still. Okay, there we go. I paused you on my phone because I was like, where am I hearing this from?
Right? It's so complicated because sometimes you get multiple devices in play, and you're like, which is the what, and which one do I prefer? Yes. But that's why I was thinking of Art Bell, because like he would always be like west of the Rockies on the time traveler line. You're on. It's just like, please turn off your radio. They would like do that for 5 or 10 minutes, and then eventually it's like, okay, so how you doing? You time travel? Oh, you're an alien from another planet. Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Exactly. He never, from what little, and as I've gone on,
Yeah.
it seems like he was always respectful to the odd and
Yeah.
where most people would just like, no, come on, you're crazy, and
Yeah.
hang up.
Of course. Yeah.
But he was, it was one good for his radio station, but on the other hand, he was there, and we got some interesting concepts from his calls.
Yes. Well, the thing is, he would indulge, right? Because he knew like people really enjoy that. It's fun, but also he had an inquisitive mind. He was a weird one, right? Like he had a combination of conservative beliefs, but also hyper liberal. So he's like a little bit a la carte. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. So it was always fun listening to him. I would relish when he would come on because it was invariably going to be a weird good time. So
Yes. Yeah, and it was, and it's like I can never remember when it was on, when I, those rare times when I was up and all that, and
Right.
I would just catch him, and but that whole concept, and then George is also has done a good job too, and inquiring us to. There is something happening. I don't know. I don't have answers for it. I mean, I have my own opinions, but I have no answers for what exactly happening out there. And is it aliens? Is it which version of the aliens? Because there's like 47 species or something like that here on Earth.
I mean, apparently
Something like that.
it's. I've heard like six different. So
Well,
six different planets or something. I don't know.
There's the Greys that, there's the Nordics. There's it's the only one that creeps me out because I can't stand bugs, but the ones that look like praying mantises.
Oh, so freaky, hey? Like those are terrifying in concept.
Big, then there's the ones that Native Americans were calling the ant people, that basically during a whatever was happening on the planet Earth, they took them underground. But it's like you've seen other underground areas that were housing 10,000 people, and then they were being totally blockaded, no one could get in or out. How they did all that fun stuff, beyond me. But it's like, and so I'm wondering if that's part of it. And then, God, there's the lizard people. There's the
oh snap! The lizard people, hey?
From just the general gist is they're the ones that want to like take over the Earth. The Greys are here in a neutral position.
Oh, okay.
Well, semi-neutral.
Yes.
Semi-neutral, because it could be that I've heard everything from that they're actually basically I don't want to say android robots, but basically they're like a working class, but yet they seem to be doing other things. Don't know. The Nordics are the one that seems to be helping us more proactively as much as possible, because they're tall, like 6, 7, 8 foot people that are they're blonde and they're white.
The great white hope for humanity, huh?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think something is there, but I can't tell you what. I have, I've had my own interesting experiences, but I can't tell you what actually happened. And it's like, all I know is, like you were mentioning the deer.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I asked about owls because owls seem to be part of my family.
Yes, tell me about owls, because I really wanted to follow up with you on that. Because, yes, please. I mean, if you want. If you want.
Oh, okay. Well, the only reason it ever stuck out to me is because I read Whitley Strieber.
Communion. I've read Communion by him. He's a great writer, hey.
I have I'm reading his. Well, for me, his latest book is probably 2 or 3 years old now. But basically, it's a story. Instead of saying this is what I did, this is what's happening, da da da. This is done as a total. It's a based on his beliefs, a story of people dealing with the military and all that, dealing with an alien.
Okay.
And that what they're supposed to do. I'm only like halfway through the book, but I'm at the point where the military has found out that what they're doing is there's one person. Now we know who the kid is now, but basically there is one kid in this neighborhood somewhere that is really smart, really intelligent, understands that the aliens are there, etc. He's intuitive. He can actually work, or they can work through him.
Okay.
And they want to kill him. Then the military wants to kill him. That's as far as I've gotten. So, but so in other words, they're looking at no matter what, whatever an alien does, it's bad. I don't know, but did you ever see his movie, Communion?
Yes, I loved it with Christopher Walken. So good. 100%. Like that one freaked me the hell out, and so did Communion, because like I feel like I had a visceral understanding. What else can I say?
The little short, stubby people. I can't prove it to even myself. It's just that I sense that I've seen them, only because it's like I'm walking through the old house where my wife and I lived way back when.
Yes.
I would go in and it's like like out of the corner of my eye, I would see one, and that's the way. And then when I saw the movie, it kind of did freak me up. It's like I'm not going totally crazy, but anyway. But it's like, and then it's like, oh, that's just. And in my mind, I'm going, it's like that's just Joe or Steve or what, but I can't remember the name. And I'm going, and then it's like, hold on, what do you mean that's just? And I'm looking, and there's nothing there.
Whoa. Yeah, that's intense.
But his other books are the school. He's calling it the school something, alien school. Yeah, he has like 4, 5, 6 books out there.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I only ever read just Communion, and I loved it. But then that was it. And I also read one by Bud Hopkins. But
I have not read that one.
well, there's a lot of good stuff out there. But yeah, man. Before Communion came out, I actually had read that book. It was a very popular book at the time. Like, it was a bestseller.
In fact, on my lamp, I have the button that, if you bought the book, you got a free button.
Oh, nice.
And so I still have my button. But yeah, before him, I happened to read it, but then I keep on hearing his name every so often. So in other words, he's from a time past, let's say in the 60s. I'm assuming he died in the 60s, 70s, something like that, because it's like, if there's a stop, but everybody refers to him. And then in the 60s, there was John Keel. And so I have one of his books, but yeah, somewhere in this house. But, yes, there's, in other words, yes, I think something has happened or is out there. And I told you that, as an experiment, just for some reason, why I thought of this was I put on my watch, an electric watch, or, and at night, if I wore through the night, it would be, in the morning, it would be exactly 10 minutes late.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's so weird. Right? Oh, Lord. So, hey, apparently... Okay, sorry. Have you watched The Age of Disclosure yet? The Age of Disclosure, documentary with like Marco Rubio, all of these people in it.
No.
Okay, you should, because they talk about basically they socialize and normalize visitation by aliens, and literally, Marco Rubio, right? Like, he's one of the highest people in the government. Like, he's heavily involved in the war and everything else. So he's in that, and he basically says that yes, aliens are absolutely real. We have non-biological. So he says all of this wild stuff, And he's not like a wild guy. And he says, yeah, there's a very substantial effort to keep it secret. And inside the government, there are there's like a government within the government, and like the president doesn't even get to know about a lot of these long-standing truths about like people from another place that's not us. And so that one is highly revealing because they literally, one of the guys who was a key advisor to Obama is talking for almost 5 straight minutes about how space-time gets navigated by alien ships. Like, and I'm like, what the hell is this guy talking about? 1, this sounds like science fiction, but 2, what the hell? Like, he's like accounting for missing time and how people lose, like, say, minutes here and there. Because if you go inside a ship, it's basically outside the realm of normal space-time. And basically you enter into a bubble, and it might be like 10 minutes past in real time, but it might have been 10 minutes for you in the ship would be hours outside of the ship. And so there's just this funny interaction with space-time. And they have ships that can move at 40,000 miles an hour, which in the top speed now is like 4,600 miles an hour. But they're seeing things that are moving at least 40,000. And some are even saying like 200,000, 140, like basically our instrumentation it's like pegged at maximum. Like, what the hell? This thing just shot off, and we have multiple separate ways to measure that velocity and that speed and the presence of that object, and we have corroborating evidence around that unidentified thing, and it did just pop smoke and disengage at the speed of light. Like, it just moves so fast. And so anyway, if you would be inside one of those, the time from when you were there and when you were sort of like the time that transpired while you were gone would be greater than the time you were inside the ship moving at that relativistic speed, sort of outside a typical frame of movement and time.
Well, they've actually proved that.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's like Einstein's special theory of relativity. It's like literally baked into the truth about the universe. It's just like, imagine though if something had the ability to control that. And that's the idea. Like, to actually harness a lot of power, like something that would take up like an entire day of the entire Western Hemisphere's energy grid. And use that in the space of about 10 minutes. That's the kind of power that they're seeing in these UAP. And so anyway, the Age of Disclosure has people who are like former advisors to Obama, and they're not crazy, they're not out there, they're not nut bar, talking about this stuff. And like literally, one of these guys talking about it for like 5 minutes straight. And I'm like, 1, how does this guy have this information? What is he talking about? Is he theory crafting, or is he talking about something that's real? And it seems like this documentary, Age of Disclosure, tons of top people from government in it. Not the crackpots, like all kinds of real folks talking about real shit. Marco Rubio is like the one I keep coming back to, because he's probably like the next future president of America. Like, probably it's going to be him, at least on the conservative side, going up against someone else. I don't know if it's OCO or what on the left side, but like that guy stands a real good chance of being the next president. And here we have him talking at length about this sort of like big secret that's been kept for 80 years. And he's just like talking about it on camera, real deal. It's wild, man.
And my opinion, and I'll just sort of go one sentence in a political way.
Go ahead.
Is I've seen all the top Trump officials it seems like they're doing everything they can to divert us from everything from the Epstein files, etc. And so that casts doubt on what he's saying. He may be telling the truth, but why is he saying it now?
Oh, of course.
Well, so,
of course. Yeah, of course.
It casts doubt on Marco Rubio. to me.
Well, I mean, it
Though
cast out.
I'm interested in what he's saying, but the whys, and is this just more diversion?
Well, even if it's so I feel like if you get somebody to look at something, 100% on the distraction strategy. Yeah. By the way, Ajib just popped in. He literally within the minute. If you look at your TV screen.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and yes, all of this is going to be the case. It is the one thing in Congress, the one thing where there's a unified voice by a lot of people on both sides saying we want disclosure, we want all of the information we can get, and that to me actually adds veracity, like the likelihood of it being true. It adds to it because they're basically people who are at each other's throats politically, So, yes, the timing is really brutal, and you'll see a great many conservatives also pointing out their frustration with this apparent distraction technique. Like a lot of conservatives are also coming out saying, like, can you stop? Can we also still resolve this Epstein thing? Like, there are millions of files, and of course many of them are likely never to be found because they were destroyed, probably. But, that was a non-political problem. Like, like Clinton is heavily implicated in all that stuff, right? Like, it's not... I mean, like honestly, it's apolitical. It's basically there's some kind of campaign there to get dirt on people, right? So that they could be leveraged on both sides of the aisle. Like, whoever's in power doesn't matter. We have leverage on you. Like, that's, by all accounts, that's what was going on with that. Not by all accounts, but by many accounts, ones that seem to make a lot of sense. So,
yeah.
Yeah,
if I go too much into the political side, I'm going to get on the soapbox, and I want to stay off the soapbox. So
I hear you.
we'll stick back to you asked basically about the owls.
Yes. Yes. So
okay.
Cool.
I told you both my grandparents and great grandma, they were from my grandma from Finland was the. It was a village. She was like the medicine woman. That's the only term I can think of there. And she did cards and stuff like that. And so she was, and then, but on my mom's side, it would be my great grandmother, because it was her grandma that was the medicine woman of the tribe.
Yeah.
And little things like, foxfire is, by definition, is like when wood is degrading and all that good stuff, and it'll sometimes glow. But there's another usage that I have not seen anywhere else except from where my mom and a couple other people in the in this sense is that there would be energy. I would call it energy, a ball, something like that. But basically it would come, and my grandma would follow it to whoever needed them.
Whoa.
Or needed her.
Right.
There were stories like, but in my mom's life, she was very much attracted to deer. Gee, how does that? And owls too a little bit, but where the owls came was when she was live with me, she created candles a lot, and one of the biggest ones that she would give out or whatever were owl candles. It was beautiful, but there were owl candles, and so essentially the owls, and then just something that she said about the behind the farm and all that good stuff, the woods and stuff, and then so it all came back, and then when Stryber came in, he didn't say anything. I don't think he said anything about the deer, but what hit me was he was talking about owls. If we see, I believe what it is, if we see a gray alien, our mind will transform it into an owl.
Yeah.
And
right on.
did you do the same thing with your deer? Don't know.
Right. Well, I think so. Like if I'm pressed into making a good guess and I'm allowing myself the latitude of crazy mysteries, there's more than we know, magical things can happen, then I would say, yeah, that was my brain trying to make sense of something that was impossible to understand, which would be, that. Or even something that's like a projection into my mind.
And the one thing that I did notice, and it's not really TMI. I mean, it's just something guys do. Once I had a vasectomy, a lot of that stopped for me.
Oh, interesting.
My wife couldn't be on the pill anymore. She was having internal issues, and it was just easier for me to to do it. And but yeah, it was. But I noticed that things stopped.
Interesting. Huh. So what would your guess be as to why? Like, what do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, this is a theory. I mean, that I've seen, and I'm going, maybe. Essentially, what they do with is bring guys up to the ship or whatever, and they take their sperm.
Basically like
now, which is different. But here's the difference. The crazy part is that the sperm I was still creating it. It just wasn't coming up the fallopian tubes.
100%. That is the way it works, by the way. Like you can even get little funny nodules on your skin if you're still producing it a lot, and it's just kind of like it's just not coalescing in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is actually how it works.
Yeah, there were potentially some issues when I did it that my body was not happy with it.
Yep.
But okay, fine. It is what it is, and I live with it.
Well, there's just like you and I have a lot of things in common.
Yes.
Yeah, I have 4 kids. So
I only have 2.
But
I was done.
But the ways and the means and the reasons that you would have something like that, yeah, you and I have a lot in common.
And my life is. There's a lot of I can say it. Synchronicity in my life.
Yeah.
A lot of it. And it's like if something is meant to happen and I follow the path, whoever helps me on the other side is moving mountains, etc., and it happens. It's crazy, but it's
life is crazy, man. Like, I think that I mean, it's a thing, right? You can just say it. It's a thing people will say, but it's like the ones who think life is normal and are having a humdrum existence, they're the crazy ones. Like that you think life is so explainable and it's so, humdrum is like, well, I don't know if you're living an actual full life and if you're actually operating in reality, because I think mostly there's a lot of stuff going on that we can't explain. That makes sense. So I don't know. I think the people who have normal thoughts, they're the crazy ones for the most part. They're crazy because they're walking around like robots. It's like, you don't think the world is more interesting than the way you're living it? Oh, jeez. There's a lot of mystery and fantasy and magic in the world. That's what I think.
Yeah. And I believe in magic too.
I mean, it's like the radio is fundamentally magic. Like, if I were to bring if I were to bring my phone back in time, not even so many centuries ago, people would see that and think that it's some kind of magic. It's like the things that we don't know, that's what magic is. So, yeah, I believe in magic.
And to me, it has to do with energy.
Dude.
How energy moves and whatever, and some people can move it along a little different path sometimes, and So, yeah, I've met some interesting people. I've seen some interesting things, and yeah, there's been things that I've seen that nobody can explain, and which I just wish somebody would. But
Well, that
uh,
yeah, that's the world is a big old mysterious place for me, and I love it. I love that there's mystery, and I'm always excited to kind of run into some of it. I'm open, right? I'm looking for it. I welcome it. I want the strange. Bring it. Let's have fun. With our one life,
yeah, and the
let's
one
have
thing,
an adventure.
and the one thing you do that has been interesting to listen to when you talk to other people is you have knowledge, varied knowledge about a lot of different things, and you have like today, you and I can't remember his name,
Ajib.
and yes, I can't.
Yeah.
Ajik?
Yeah, Ajib. It's like AJAB. Ajib. That's finger spelling.
Oh, I was thinking of the other. There was the. It looked like Antarctic, except for you. I can't remember. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. No, I was. Steve. Anyway, you were talking about the movies and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
what it was interesting to me was you two flowed and you talked and had intelligent things to say. You had things to contribute. You agreed, you disagreed, whatever. And it was just a nice, intelligent conversation and something that I haven't had in a long time. Because I just, yeah.
Well, I have a
Yeah.
feeling that a lot of folks, like nowadays over in the States, there's sort of like the polarizing is so strong that it's just like people
Oh, yeah.
have such a hard time just connecting at all now.
Get on with it then.
I don't know. Like maybe.
It's crazy over here. It is, and yeah, that's all I can say right now. Is it's like, yeah, very, very polarized, and that's sad to see. That you know, I mean, even Reagan, the one of the people that I really disliked a lot, you know, he's being shown as this is what he's saying, like Social Security does not affect the budget because we paid into it, therefore it does not affect the budget. It is not an entitlement. It's, you know, on and on and on. And now, you know, now they're ignoring, you know, their Lord and Savior, Ronald Reagan, and they're going with however they can take money. I mean, yeah, it's all about the money, and it's all about, and I don't understand the need for power over people. See, again, I'm a little weird. I just kind of go with the flow, and I can live with most things. It's just only time I really get really upset is when I see somebody abusing another person in some fashion.
Yep. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I hear what you're saying.
So, but anyway, but back to the owls and stuff. It's there. There's something in the woods. All I know is that when we had the woods out here, we've like tripled our size of you know, the northern Seattle, you know, and Everett and everything else. I mean, but you know, and where I grew up in, you know, Bothell, Woodinville area, that was, oh, you live way out there? Now it's the place to live. Yeah, it is, you know, my friends and I would be in the woods, you know, okay, fine, we're partying, whatever, but I could sense that there were things there. And even my friends every once in a while would go with, why does it feel like we're being watched? And I said, well, we are. Don't know by who or why, but we are. And it's not, we're never going to see them.
Isn't that a wild feeling?
It is. But that's, so, you know, I do recognize the intuitiveness of my brain, but I don't know why or how or whatever. And there's been quite a bit of, you know, my family is very it is on a different track, and it's like, then there's John.
Yeah.
You know, my cousins are totally different. They're basic macho guys, etc. And I'm going, that's not me. And I like to talk about intelligent things versus how big the fish was, or sports. I mean, I can appreciate sports.
Yeah.
I'm just not enthralled with sports like some people are. Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Well, of course.
Mainly because of the money involved. It's like I enjoy watching like high school football, or t-ball from a bunch of little kids or something like that. I have more fun watching that and watching them grow
For the love of the game, right? And for like the love of teamwork and achievement. Good stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no, I know a lot of purists, a lot of people who really like get the idea of why it can be special, like why sport can be special. It is, they will very frequently misalign with like professional level. They'll be like, yeah, that's all about the money, and it's like, where's the love of the game? Where's the teamwork? The focus on, achieving more together, like becoming greater together, like all that stuff is like what I love about sport the most, But yeah, a lot of folks will prefer like NCAA or even lower level of sports where money doesn't come into it.
Well, and from what I've seen, some of the people that are famous, one, they're good at their job, but they're also very much humanitarians.
Oh yeah, it can be. That's super nice when that's the case. Absolutely.
If I'm not mistaken, like Beckham, he's done a lot to help people. Yeah, so there's things like that, and then the actors that have gone out of their way to help people, all of a sudden just show up at a hospital because kids want to see them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really nice when if you have a kind of reach, kind of notability in society, and you can use that to, I don't know, make people's lives better somehow. It's nice. Yeah.
But but in my life, yes, there's things that are probably paranormal and the UFO area. I have a feeling they're connected somehow. Not sure how, or at least there is some connection sometimes. But yeah, it's I think I have these thoughts about it, but I don't let it control my life. And it's like I'm John. I'm a network engineer. Fine, but I also like to read. I like to go out and be with nature. I also like to do other things. And so, yes, I'm interested in all this paranormal or whatever you want to call it things. It's fascinating. I've seen things enough to make me say, yes, there's something there. But I'm not going to rule my life by it. I mean, even things like, this is weird, but astrology. The only reason I have the beliefs I have is there is something there, because I'll see like a lot of Geminis, they have that same trait, they go in the same business or the same profession. I mean, it's like, it's abnormally high in whatever, and I can, a lot of teachers are Gemini because they love to teach. They love to share and teach, and share and bring people information and whatever. But there's also bad Geminis, and you don't want to meet one of them. Trust me.
Well, humans, I guess they make meaning out of their world, and they find patterns. Humans of all shapes and colors and of all levels of capability, right? Wherever the strengths may be, like all of us are like hard coded to find meaning, to suss out patterns. It might be okay. So some definitions say that humans are most well known by their capacity, like the thing that best defines a human is its capacity to be deceptive. But I think that's very cynical. I think finding patterns is one of the things that makes humans the most what they are. And then the challenge can be like, how much of the pattern am I seeing that I'm putting there on top of the thing? Am I making a pattern because I can sort of a priori do that in my head? Like, am I making a category? Yeah. Am I fitting something into it? Or is it really there? And I think that can be where a lot of the, I think that's where a lot of the coolness of being a human is, but also where a lot of the, like where people can get into strong disagreements and then sometimes disagreeing about nothing that's even real. It's just like, y'all just defined yourselves as being in this category, that category, but don't we all just want to like be good to each other and see that I have enough, you have enough, and that we all make great things happen together? Like, I don't like, that's the part that just gets me so confused about people and how, at least in the States right now, they just want to have this polarity. Like, I can better know who I am by how you're not like me. It's just like, ugh. So anyway, that's some of my thinking about all of that stuff, right? Like, maybe there is a lot to be said about the Gemini and like astrology and whatnot. Like, maybe there's some kind of core truth in there, right? And I don't know what it is. But maybe there's something to some of that. I don't know. But,
well, here's just a thought that that it's for me on how astrology can work, because I wanted to be an astronomer when I was a kid, and in high school, I was the science director for the district was one of my teachers, and I became one of his assistants, and he could then go and leave for a meeting or whatever, and I would teach the class. But I would grade all the papers and all that fun stuff, and whatever I could do. I had a key to the district planetarium. But anyway, so okay, but let's say Mars. Okay, it's far away. There's probably some effect through the energy. Again, the force. There's probably something there that can affect life on Earth, but I don't think it's strong enough to do with astrology, because in the last 2,000 years, we've actually the precession is technically right now. If you look where the sun is for my sun sign of Gemini, the sun's in Taurus. It's one sign over. Every 2,000 years, it moves one more sign over.
Wow.
So essentially, it's the wrong constellation. But everybody's going, so here comes my belief of, okay, somewhere along the line, let's say, okay, reincarnation is real. Therefore, and then where I've heard is that we go to whatever we consider heaven and hell, we do our whatever, and then we go into the truth of what we are, our souls, we'll say, and wherever the library or whatever, somewhere, something, and we discuss and we talk, and then because it does seem that I've met so many people that it's like,
the finest breed.
When we talk to each other for the first time, we're going, oh my God, I just want to give you a hug and say, where in the hell have you been? And we have just met. So there's something there to me. But anyway, but basically, so essentially,
this is for you.
My thought process is somehow or another, if this is all true, all us souls, the Great Council or whatever, we came and said, okay, when these happen, these are the general major traits that this group of people born in this time frame will have.
Right.
And we're all going, okay, fine. That sounds good. So the crazy part is if you read about Geminis are, always late and all that good stuff. Well, I don't fit that. There's one older astrologer, Linda Goodman, from way back when. Got her book also. But anyway, in it says, now, if you're a Gemini, except if you have a rising sign of Virgo, then you become a human alarm clock. Oh my God, that described, I hate being late, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, I very rarely sleep in for the alarm.
Okay, so and the thinking is that
What is it?
there's exceptions to every rule, I suppose. It's interesting, your explanation or the way that you're working through to find some potential plausibility to the astrology stuff, which is like if it's like a framing for reincarnation and you end up coming back in certain windows of time, that maybe you would take on some of those qualities if the act of reincarnating it keeps some of those qualities of who you are. So it's not that you were born of a time, it's that you almost were selected or self-selected into that framework because of who you are. And it ends up being a marker for you because you selected into that. Is that kind of the idea?
Yes. Except we all agreed that, let's say, from May 21st to June 21st, that's Gemini. If you're born in that time frame, you're considered a Gemini with these general feet. And then, I've seen where books are going with, there's the May Geminis and then there's the June Gemini. Okay, fine. On and on. And it's like, but then there's, you deal with everything from the Native American astrology to then there's the Tibetan astrology. And you read and how all that's all modified. And for example, on the Chinese, I was born in the year of the dog, which means that I'm loyal to my friends, etc. I mean, it describes how I handle my friendships very dearly. And whereas somebody that's born in the year of the snake, maybe all I know is about the dog. I have to admit, but I know there's snakes, and and I've talked to them, and I said, said no, that describes that part of my aspect of my life perfectly. So there's something there, and it's our attempt, I believe, in as humans that are corporeal here on Earth, that we've come up with, okay, this explains all this, and then we go with it. Except some people take it to an extreme, as with anything else, and almost taking a somewhat scientific, somewhat personal level of something and make it almost a religion.
Well, I mean, human beings, like I go back to that. Okay, so I'm hearing everything you said, and I do. So toward trying to understand the system, trying to understand why it feels plausible, and not saying I agree or disagree, but just like looking at it as a source of understanding. I immediately want to go, well, you reinforced it by talking about, again, I might be mistaken, but that's why I'm saying it back to you.
Go ahead.
At some point, somehow, don't know, but reincarnation happened, and there's all kinds of world variations on it, right? Like based upon where you're from, who your people are, that basically you have either been selected for a window of time that gets you basically into a somewhat predictable personality and way of being that describes like something about you that describes that if you're tardy, if you're on time, if you tend to be more open-hearted, if you tend to be more analytical, like all this stuff, right? But if reincarnation were a vector, if it was a real thing, if it's really something that has a certain basis, then if there's some agency or direction happening in there, whether by you or someone else or whatever, that puts you into a certain frame, like if it were real, and then yes, you would have clusters of people dropping into certain windows of time that are in a certain way, and it might be very kind of I don't know, like human beings are detectors of patterns, and are those patterns accurate? Are they being projected and mapped by the mind onto what's being seen or experienced? How much of that is happening versus how much are you seeing in the raw that's real? Like I don't know. But it's fascinating to think about, and I love to get people's take on all of that stuff.
Yeah, and while it's a when I talk about it, it becomes very simplified, but
Yeah.
when you think about, I mean, it's like, it's like me saying string theory. It's like you get down to to a tiny super small molecular or atomic level.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like these things that are called strings, and they interact, and this is how that happens, etc. But even that is a super duper 10,000 foot look at this, at what the physics behind it is. And it's not that it may give you a general gist of it.
Yeah.
And that, but it's not. It doesn't explain everything. So in other words, it sounds like it gets complicated, but to me, when I really think about it,
I can go home
it's
thanks to you.
just simple. It's just natural interactions. And so essentially, there's also, if you go into it, there's a people group. In other words, your people that are really close to you today. At one time, you may have been their mother or their daughter or a cousin or whatever. And essentially, we also, and it comes down to, people are asking me about different questions. It's like two people. Okay, we're going to get born. I'm going to be your mom. I'll be your dad, or we're husband and wife, or whatever. And this is what I'm going to help you learn, and you are going to help them learn.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that you haven't asked, but basically I get asked a bit enough. Well, how about people that are murdering people and stuff, and the babies that are dying and stuff? Okay, I'm not going to say that it's all, rainbows and cupcakes, but the process of having a child that dies is an experience that, a person may need to or want to have learned. And by my theory, the soul that became the child and dies early from SIDS, they agreed on doing that so that the mother and father could experience that. It's harsh. That even includes down to people that murder each other. Now, there's also a whole different flip side of that coin. Is there's one thing about we're following our path. There's also, we know the path, or we think we know the path, and whether by design or by just something happening to a person, they stray from it, and they can then, for example, they murder somebody, but that was not part of the plan. So, boom, that happens. But then there's the thing of just saying heaven and hell is a very simplified version of, after they pass, they have to now pass, and they have to live with what they've done if they didn't do it with the thought of, I'm teaching somebody, or allowing them. If they did it out of malice, whatever, and they have the hate and all that good stuff, then we talk about ghosts and demons, where is a person that was really mean in life, etc., carried all that negative energy, they pass on, and their soul carries that energy there. They don't progress over to what you and I would simplify call heaven and hell, Valhalla, whatever we want to call it, to that energy field, and they're still here and could be felt, and that could be where people say there's a demon here because it's somebody that's just trying to hurt some people just because they're pissed off. So no, nothing's, if you really take it and look at all the varies and how interactions and all that work, what I'm talking about becomes really, on one hand, complicated, but if I just sense it out with my mind and my heart, and it's like it is simple, but us humans can make it look and sound complicated. So yeah, it's like a two-sided. I mean, it's like things happen on A, but, whether it's good or bad. Technically, down deep, it is not for us to say because they have to live with it. There has to be on the other side and one thing that I heard and it feels right to me is when we die, our heaven, our version of heaven, our version of hell, our version of whatever, will be exactly what we think it is. And then at some point we are able to leave that and then progress on. Did you ever see the series Lucifer on Netflix?
No, but I heard some people thought it was amazing, like really great. I have not.
The general gist. I'm not going to try to talk about. The devil comes down to earth too. He's tired of hell. He's here on earth. He's and everybody says, "Well, the devil made me do it." No, I did not make you do anything. You're doing it. I'm in charge of hell, which is we punish you for your evil deeds. So in other words, he's not the evil doer. He punishes people for being evil.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, that makes sense, right? If you go to a place where the punishment occurs, shouldn't the people delivering the punishment, shouldn't they be aware of that it's the wrong thing and that the punishment is for... Anyway, that's an interesting idea. I get it.
Well, now in the show, hell is this dark... It looks like lots of jaggedy places, and there's a valley, you can wind through, and essentially, it looks like more like here, what I'm seeing on, here going through rocks and stuff. It looks more like that, but all black, except there's rooms, and you die, and you feel so guilty for whatever you did that you get put into the room. And you relive that over and over and over again.
Yeah, well, that's that's covered in a lot of Greek tragedies as well. Like you would be perpetually consigned to experiencing the harm that you did, but back onto yourself. There's something funny about people, if you ask me. Some truth, perhaps, wherein people they see the thing that they like the least, the thing that drives them the most crazy in others, is really the thing that they're really beset with, that they're really ashamed of, that they really have a problem with. Like their character flaw is the thing that they see in others that they hate the most. Do you know what I mean?
I was going to say something very similar to that, and it's like the moment you start talking, I know exactly what you're supposed to say.
You know exactly where I'm going.
And you did.
Yeah. Well, and you know why? Because I'm on your wavelength. I'm vibing with you. Like the reason I just said it is because I think it reflects in kind of where you're going with that, and kind of there's something really interesting about all that. Like the struggle that we might go through might be the struggle that we opt into. And I think there's a lot more of that than we might care to admit. That we sometimes select for ourselves the thing that... I don't know why we do it. Why do you think we do it? If that's true. Like what's the sense in all of this? Where are you going with it in your head? Like, how do you make sense of it?
Well, I'll just go with what one of my dear friends, you know, I see every Friday night, you know, at the place, and he has
The
a few
Irish
beers.
pub?
And no, this is the local. The Irish pub's in Everett. I'm in Marysville, and it's someplace that we all meet. We've worked together for years, you know, and
Nice.
and as we become let go from the phone company, we still try to join with each other as often as we can to, because we like working with each other. May not like the job or our supervisors, but we like working with each other.
Of course, yeah. Right on.
And I like to think that I did a good enough job that I had somebody here upgrading my system here, and then he says, "God, I recognize this. Were you da da da?" I said, "Yes, that was me." He says, "We were wondering what the hell happened to you. All of a sudden, you just disappeared." You know, they didn't know that I had been let go, and you know, okay, then I retired. But anyway, so where do I think? Anyway, my friend, dear friend, but when he starts drinking, he doesn't shut up. You cannot get a
Impossible.
word in edgewise. Yeah. And that bothers him, and but I'm understanding where it comes from for him, and I recognize where it comes from is in me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's
And
some.
so I try to be.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you. Sorry. I'm
No,
there with you.
no, that's where, you know, that particular issue for me comes in, and then I have to be very cognizant, like you and I talking, that I do not hog the talk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the things that really stick in our craw are the things about ourselves more. No, I mean, not always, right? Like, it's not that simple, but often. It's like that is an important thing to be aware of, which is just the thing that really drives you nuts. There's a reason. It's not, and it's not just that the thing keeps happening to you over and over. You might be self-selecting for that. You might be in your own little personal hell. You might be in your own room, right?
Yes.
That you've opted into, and you're like, why am I here? It's like, well, that's a great question. Ask yourself. Because so many things in life, we feel like we're stuck there, we're locked in. That's our reality. Well, that's the reality that you've opted for at this time. Like, there's a little bit more agency, I think, than we give ourselves credit for in a lot of cases. Sometimes we take too much credit, but sometimes we don't take enough. I think that's like part of getting through life is figuring out what's what with that stuff. I don't know.
Well, no, I fully agree, because that's exactly what I tell myself. Every once in a while, I get on my little pity pot. You know, I'm sick, I'm old, da da da, etc. And even though you know, there's evidence to the contrary, nobody loves me. I'm all alone in this world. You know, and my stepsister explained it to me. She says, "Okay, take 10, 15 minutes, sit on that pot, use it, whatever. Then stand up, brush it off, and face reality of what it actually is, not what you think it is, and go forth and live." I miss her. Go ahead.
Sounds like a real good
no.
influence in your life, eh?
I've had some really good major influences on my life, and I've had some negative, and I'm trying to. Mine is trying to heal from that.
Yeah. True.
Because I used to think I was a shy person. Well, lately I'm thinking, no, it's not that I'm shy and that I'm depressed, because I've been diagnosed with depression. They just don't know what to do or how, but it's nothing, you know, whatever. And it's nothing they're going to medicate, which is, thank God. But it's a low self-esteem issue that people close in my life have beat me down to where that's what it is.
Yep.
And that's something that I'm trying to, I've diagnosed it. I found it feels really right. You know, it's a low self-esteem issue, etc.
Yes.
How do I heal? And that's what I'm trying to, that's my goal now is, yes, I have physical healing to do, but I have that heart healing to do.
And you know what?
I need, what?
You do that heart healing, it'll also heal you physically.
And I get that feeling too.
I think so as well. I think a lot of the things that end up becoming a struggle in our bodies is just it's the stuff that our brains couldn't handle at all, and it just went into the body. So much of what we struggle with our bodies are like, it's exactly everything that you said. But you know what? You probably know this anyway, which is like all of that stuff where you're getting your self-esteem hammered, and you weren't allowed to like take that love and internalize it from the people who are supposed to love you, instead putting their self-loathing on you. The craziness of it is like, somehow you got to get through, partly in my mind, of forgiving them, because like
Exactly.
like they put it on you, but that means they had it in them.
Yep.
What a tragedy. So then the greatest reward, the greatest thing that can come from that is you transform it, you judo it right out of your body into the ether. I don't know. Don't put it in anyone else, right? Like you become the great one who doesn't pass it on, right?
My dear friend, I hate to interrupt. I have an old guy problem. I need to run down the hall. I'll be back 2 minutes, and please put the bookmark there, please. I'll be right back.
Okay. These guys just keep coming forever and ever and ever. They won't leave me alone. Wow, 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 wow. Let me switch up. Whoa, super big mega explosion. Okay, so I think I've cleared this area out except for the siege captain. And where's that son of a gun? Okay, if I look at my minimap in the bottom left corner, you see he's about 300 and some meters that away. Okay, so I will go there. Old guy problem. I drink too much of this. This is like some wonderful tea, and before it was some wonderful coffee to help wake me up. Hey, Freak Beats. I saw that you said, hey, 10 minutes before I got to go to work, but just wanted to pop in and say hi. Hey, pal. Hey, dude. I hope you have a great day at work. Thanks for stopping by. So nice to see you. Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Just playing the game. I'm getting better. I'm tracking down all the witches everywhere and trying to get all my blueprints, brah. Like my cuckoo pot scenario is getting so much better right now. And I've got the ability to power up all of my base skills, those three, like stamina, spirit, health. I've almost unblocked all of that through research. So like getting there. I'm getting there. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. Thanks for stopping by, man. It's great.
Okay, I'm back now.
Oh, yeah, welcome. Well, you know what? I'm about to take a quick $5.
Okay, go for it. Have fun. Hope everything comes out all right.
Yeah, well, yeah, it'll be fine. By the way, Freak Beats says it's great ways to vibe with the pal, with great content and amazing vibes. So basically, Freak Beats is here listening in on some of this. He's about to go to work, but he approves of us hanging out and having a good time. So give me $5 though, okay?
Well,
I got to do it too.
real quick question: Is there any way Freak Beats and I can have a talk at some point?
I don't know. I don't see why not. We could totally set up a three-way, by the way, so to speak, where basically he's in the UK, you're in Washington, I'm in Vietnam. We can have three people chatting at the same time, talking about anything, right? Just wherever the conversation goes. It's totally doable. Like if he has Discord, he does have Discord. Well, you've seen it before. He actually hopped on with me for a little bit. Like all he has to do is just like join the call, and then all of a sudden three of us just hanging out. Freak
That'd
Beats.
be awesome.
Well, look, he says 100% we can have a group chat. That would be chill. I'm off at work around 2-3 p.m. All right, so by the way, I'm only doing a half day today because I got a cold, you know. I got that Barry White voice happening a little bit, and so I got to take care of myself or I'm going to be like a mess tomorrow and then the day after and so on.
3 p.m. his time. He's like 8 hours away, so I'm assuming about 6 a.m. my time.
Probably.
Ish.
He says it's 8 a.m. at the moment where he's at. It's 8 a.m. over there for him. And for me,
it's almost 1 here, so 7 hours.
There you have it. That's it. So yeah, man, if we're around at the same time, easy. It'll be easy. We pop on together and hang out.
So are you on in the morning my time?
I don't know. I started
maybe not tomorrow, but
Well, 2 hours and 45 minutes ago is when I started, and then I usually go for 6 hours straight. So usually.
Yeah, but I've woken up with you on my TV, so
Yeah. That's so cool. That's so cool.
that's why I was going. Well, you have a good voice, and I like hearing you talk with other people and all that. And
Yeah.
You, I have tinnitus, so in other words, I have something always running so I can ignore it, so I can sleep.
Bro, how much don't we have in common? Like, I have that too. I have that too. Like, when you were talking about your thing earlier, so no more kids. Same. Like, it just, dude, the endlessly connections. But do you see the timer? Like, give me a couple
Yes.
minutes. All right, I'll be back. But
Okay, if you want, I'll stay. Otherwise, I'll let you, whatever you want.
well, we'll see. Like, I only got about another 15, 20 minutes in me anyway. Hey, before
Okay.
that'll be like my 3 hour mark, and then I'll try to recover a bit, and so I'm good. But Freak
Okay.
Bits
If
also,
I don't talk to you personally, you have a good night or whatever. Get some sleep. Get well.
of course, yeah, I will be. By the way, Freak Beats is so up for this. I don't know if you see on the TV. He says it pops up on my phone each time you go live. It's 8 a.m. at the moment. He says 100% we can have a group chat. That would be chill. So thanks very much. This, by the way, this particular thing, while I'm just running around randomly popping things and just being silly, and then we connect and we talk, this is the perfect configuration for me of this. Like that, this is my dream. And welcome back, Ajib. But yeah, give me like 3.5 minutes, something like that. I'll be back.
Okay. Go.
Okay.
Run.
Yep. Run. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, I'm going to get onto regular chat so I can chat with people. It's there. Not there.
Hey, John. I got a question for you, John. Timer goes off. Let's see if you're still on here. Oh, yeah. Looks like you're still here. Yeah. All right. You let me know when you come back on. I want to know what your strategies are for tinnitus. I want to talk about that. Thanks, man. I want to know about your tinnitus. How do you happen to do it? Oh, did you hop off? Trying to figure out how to call you again. I'm gonna obnoxiously call you back. If you don't have to pick up if you don't want.
You read my mind. I was going to ask you to
Call you. So
yeah, I thought that's what we were doing. So anyway, I was chatting with the other people, and but yeah, and so I was going to just tell you, hey, recall me back, and you did.
there you go. Oh, I see. You guys are having a chat. That's great. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, or my tinnitus or tinnitus, however you pronounce it. I've heard both ways.
No idea.
Basically, the parts where they say I've lost some high sounds and hearing, I'm old, but they're saying they don't know if I've lost it or is it that my tinnitus is masking it, so that's why I don't hear it.
Exactly. Bro, I have massive, like, for me, I hear like the whooshing in my ears at all times. Like, and if I don't have brown noise, like a fan on, I can't sleep.
Now here comes the funny part for me, is I'm so used to avoiding it and ignoring it. I'm fine. The moment I think about it, I hear it.
Same. So the human brain is a beautiful thing. We can literally tune out like waterfalls right beside us. And like basically I have a waterfall in my ear at all times. But my brain tunes it out and is like, well, I'm going to ignore that noise. F that noise. So, boy, yeah, tinnitus. Jeez. How much don't we have in common? I don't understand. What don't we have in common? That's probably a shorter list. It's a shorter list.
But yeah, for me, it's not the waterfall. It's a high tone at all times.
Oh, sorry. So like it's for me, like it's literally like a screaming in the ear. Like it's like a high pitched wail the entire time. And if I think about it right now, it's a screaming in my ear.
Wow.
100%, bro. Like I think I'm describing it like a waterfall because it's so, I guess, omnipresent. But yeah, I managed to just ignore it, which is like, it's quite a trick to do that. Hey, some people go nuts from it. Like they literally can't handle it, and they just like it. Some people actually lose their shit, and they just start slowly going mad. And I'm not that one. I'm fine. I'm just like, yeah, sure. Scream in my ear all the day. I'm good with it. You do you, ear. Get weird. So do you like how do you?
My brain can ignore it. I'm okay with it.
Yes. Well, you just don't want to focus on it, right? You just want to like go about your business. So I keep myself distracted by default, which helps not hear it, sort of, because I'm attending to other things.
And let me guess. Let me put a term that was just put to me, and from somebody else that has it. And I never thought about it. And then she explained, and it's like, shit, she knows me. Neurodivergent.
Of course, wildly neurodivergent. I'm wildly neurodivergent. Are you kidding me? I put the N in neuro. No, I put the D in divergent. so that. Of course. Hell yeah. There's nothing normal going on here. What are you talking about?
Well, you were wondering what else we had in common. Well, there we go.
Well, yeah. Well, I think a lot of that stuff is like, well, how much do you know yourself? Like, do you even know what you're thinking? And a lot of times people, I think they are wacky and they just don't even realize. They lack entirely the ability to have an assessment of their own thought process. And that's so strange to me, that some people have such a simple existence. And they might be smart, by the way, but they have no ability to self-assess. They can't do it. Like, so if they have a bizarre thought, it doesn't occur to them that it would be bizarre. Like, it literally doesn't even come to mind. I don't know.
Okay, I can see that where, because, well, you've heard a lot of my thoughts on heaven, hell, etc., etc. These are not commonly accepted, and a lot of it is I've taken bits and pieces and intertwined it with me and made it sound good for me, and but I'm not even close to even stating that that's even the truth. Is it sort of kind of in that direction truth? Possibly.
Yep.
But it's what I want to believe, because I don't want to believe in the Christian version of heaven and hell.
Mm-hmm. Well, so like your thought process there about having a healthy skepticism, even about your own point of view, is, yeah, that's, I think it's a beautiful thing. I think if more people had that, we would have a lot more people listening to each other and being open to other ways of thinking about stuff. And isn't that kind of what I think we need more than anything right now? I mean, I feel like it is. But, that cuts both ways. And here's the challenge. Like, it even goes in the opposite direction. Like, if you're a liberal, if you're a real liberal, like a real one, you should be able to listen to a conservative's worldview and actually respectfully try to understand it. But otherwise, are you really a liberal?
I was up until Trump got into office the first time.
Well, I think most people, he's got a very low approval rating, and that can only happen if also other conservatives are having a problem. Like, he does seem to be a pathological narcissist with a healthy dose of sociopathy. Like, let's not kid ourselves. Like, everybody on both sides are going to think he's got a little bit of the crazy. Like, he's constantly seeking approval. It's toxic. Like, everybody looking at that who has any common sense, even if you like the guy, you're going to have to on some level go, yeah, he's a little bit unhinged. Let me, wake the fuck up, obviously. Like, you don't have to be a liberal to see that. Like if you had a friend who was constantly talking about how he's a balanced genius and constantly just bragging about himself, wouldn't you think that's a little bit incorrigible? Wouldn't you think that's a little bit silly? Of course you would. About a normal person. And this guy's the president, He's constantly talking about how peace has been achieved and it's not been achieved. It seems like he's lying a lot. By all accounts, he's sort of more performative than... So, one of the planks of being a conservative is that you're not performative, which is great. I agree. But it's isn't Trump one of the most performative human beings on the entire planet? I would think maybe yes. So it's just there's room for thinking on both sides about how the other side might have a point. And if we can get more to that realm, where we listen to each other and we try to learn from each other. Oh, you're very different from me. Oh, you think something that I really disagree with. Well, let me learn more. Is that so wrong? Are we so afraid to listen to each other? Even the liberals are no longer listening to the other side. But that's supposed to be your calling card. The calling card is giving a shit about the other person, trying to understand them. Oh, they think different. They're conservative. So shut up and listen to them. Why? Why do they think that? Listen. Listen and learn. Find each other in the middle. Anyway, I'm on a rant.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm on a rant.
Because I used to be. I'm more socially on the liberal side, Democratic side, and everything else is almost fluff because while it may affect me, it's not going to totally. I mean, it's whether some company gets a tax break or not, it's not going to directly affect me. I'm looking at stuff that can and will affect me and my family or my friends and stuff. Gay rights, etc. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where I became more strong on. But
Yep.
FYI, up until 2016, and think about what that year was. My boyfriend was still is a conservative, but we split because he started doing the talking points from Fox News and Trump, and it's like, no.
Mhm.
And my last thing to him was, I'm too liberal for you. I'm sorry. And that's when we split.
And isn't that something? Isn't that wild when you think about it? Hey, but yeah, it's like
Yeah,
they
Trump brought out the big bad conservatism in him and put me all the way to the left because it's the social stuff. And it's like, how can anybody that's not straight vote for this guy? But yet we have Republican conventions and we tear down the Grindr servers.
I
don't know if you knew about that.
No, I don't know anything about that. I just think it's hilarious, huh?
Wherever there is a Republican convention, there's a lot of them in a city or whatever, the servers spike. And they actually have, when there was that down in Florida once there was a biggie happening down there. This was, I think it was during between the Biden's era, but there was a big thing there. Basically, how can we, get rid of Biden and all that type of talk, whatever. But they almost brought down the Grindr servers.
What? Because they were being used so much?
Yes.
Oh my Lord. Well,
yeah.
So
you can follow it. It still happens. It still happens.
Jeez. So, yeah, I mean, I have some nuance and very specific thoughts about that. Like, if I'm any kind of a person, it's that I feel like intimacy should be a perfect function of love and of connection. So, like, I don't agree with, like, the random hookups. I don't actually think they're healthy and good for people. And, like, that's what Grindr's all about, right? And I think that particular kind of a lifestyle is, I think it's self-abuse in a way, personally. And I'm not of that, so I don't know that. And it can be a misperception that I have. I'm not here to have a strong belief that can't be examined, right? I want to examine my beliefs. But I'm very definitely of the persuasion that as long as it's love, and it's an expression of that, and it's not just like a cheap beast form of sort of secondary levels of being a human. Like, it's like, okay, so you're just running around with your dick. Like, okay, wow, is that the height of humanity? I don't think so. Is the expression of a physical union that captures love and that tries to encapsulate true bonding between two people, is that the most beautiful? Is that the height of humanity? Well, yes, I think so. Can that be expressed intimately with physical? Yes, of course it can. So, like, I tend to be more of that framing, which is, I think, more of a conservative view. But it accommodates and allows for any two people on the damn planet who aren't hurting each other to love each other. Like, it is not... so I take it a la carte. And so, like, I think, like, the whole Grindr thing is just like, well, damn. I mean, aren't you cheapening what it means to be a human to do that? I mean, are we just animals? No, we're more than that. Intimacy should be codified in whatever way it's expressed around the principles of love, agape, whatever else you want to call it. Like, that's my view.
No, I fully understand that.
Yep.
And the closest thing is, it's not for me. I mean, it's by the way, straights have their own version of Grindr. Trust me.
Oh, no, cheating is practically a monolith, and it's very
not that
sad.
It's cheating. That it's cheating.
Oh.
It's just they have their own version of Grindr where it's male and female getting together and they can find each other for their 1 or 2 night stands.
like doesn't that feel like you're cheapening yourself? Like, aren't you sort of like tarnishing your own body? Like, is the body not sort of a temple in a way where if you have that most intimate union, that it should be reserved for something transcendent? Like, I don't, like, I just cannot understand it. Like, I cannot. I don't get it.
Well, and I will have to admit that for me, I've, some one night stands with females is the one part where I felt dirty afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with guys, this was before, gay marriage was even a thing. It was at 2016.
Totally.
Yeah. So, in other words, there was not much there to even try to get together for love. It happened. I have a couple that here in Seattle, they're also on YouTube, etc., and they're famous and all that. But they met on Grindr. So it does happen for friendship. Now, FYI, this may be something else that we have in common. Maybe we'll see. I thought there was something wrong with me. Seriously, for a longest time. Well, yeah, okay, debatable, and trust me, I have friends. But
yeah.
I found out the term called demisexual.
Right. Well, like, guess what? Same. That's me.
Ding, ding.
Ding, ding.
It makes so much sense to me.
Yeah.
The plumbing doesn't work well. I'm not really a one-night stand person, or being a trick, or being the, the host or whatever. Yeah, no. So, been there, done that. It works, barely, but it works.
That's so funny what you're saying. So, I mean, yes, I just think like it was a really insane thing that love gets sanctioned away from people who are of the same sex politically and governmentally and all that. Like, oh, nope, only for certain kinds of people. And then you look and it's like, oh, 60% of them cheat? Well, fuck me. It's like, I just think let people love whoever they want, and then if you're super lucky, you find a person who really does care about you, you really care about them back, and somehow you become more together, right? It's a meaningful thing with your one life, what you do, versus anything else. But and I know it's like I get it. Like I know about the idea of like something quick and wild and insane, and whoa, what happened to us? And man, that was exhilarating. Like I'm a human being, right? I get it, but it's just like not the thing that I would want to obtain to. Like it's not the thing that I would be like this is the way I need to live my life. It's like, well, that's the way you are living your life, but wouldn't you rather spend it with somebody who you're in love with? That's not a straight thing. That's a human thing. Do you know what I mean? Like something that means something, that has depth, powerful. Like, oh, we love each other. Wow, perfect. Like that just feels right. Like the height of humanity, And
for some reason, I'll just go with it because it popped in my brain. I don't know. But I have a friend, basically he's straight, but he's the straight version of the hookups and all that good stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And I told them what a hookup for two guys are like. And because with on heterosexual, you kind of negotiate okay, fine, it'll happen tonight. Fine. But they don't figure out who is going to do what. It's going to happen now, buying dinner or whatever, the all those nuances and etc. With guys, it's okay, this is what I'm into, this is what you're into, forgive me the being a little explicit here. Who's going to be on top? Who's going to be on bottom? Or is it even going to happen like that? Because now there's side. Side is you don't want to have penetration. Everything else is on is on the table.
Oh wow, that's wild.
It's amazing. But there's that, and it's like what, who, what, where, when, and why, and then you get together and you have your parts to do.
Yeah.
And sometimes things happen and it's like it changes, which is fine.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into details. Yeah, it's yeah. Anyway,
Yep.
but yeah, he was like, hold on. You've already met. The decision is made. You're going to, and now you are having a discussion. Who is going to do what? You're into leather, or you're into flowers, or you're whatever. You make that decision. You talk about what's going to happen, and you get together and say, "Okay, fine, let's go for it." And I said, "Yes." He says, "Oh my God, I want to be gay." Because
he just realized like this particular approach is like forming up into
it's easy. It's like, rather than having to have a 500-page dissertation, it's like, here's one page. Okay, fine, link together and do it and have fun. But we talk about it ahead of time.
well,
And there's no surprises that when you get to their house, they have, they really are, you'll see the sling on the side, and it's like, she's into that. Or there's a dominatrix outfit, she just happens to forget to hide, because nobody wants to go out and say, I'm a little kinky here, and here, because let's get together and let's discover that. Guys, it's like, fine, this is what I'm into, and,
yeah.
There's things that I'm not into. Fine, I'm not into leather, for example. A lot of my friends are. I'm very vanilla. Oil, candles, soft music. Boom. Everything else is optional.
Yeah, well, so there's something about modern ways of connecting with other people that's become very formulaic, very transactional, very like dial a date, like exactly customize the thing that you want. Like, how do you want your burger, right? If you go to Fuddruckers, have you ever been to Fuddruckers?
I've seen it, and I can't remember where I've seen it. I don't know if we have it here. We might.
So
I don't know.
You were born in Minnesota. I don't know how far outside of Minnesota it goes, but there was a Fuddruckers in Minnesota, and I don't know if it's a chain there, and it went out from there or what. But oh my God, like the burgers that you could order there, like it's very like you just get it, boom, boom, boom. Each of these things exactly what I want, and then like at the end of the line, there's like vast. Hot, like what is it called? Where when you got like lotion and you're doing the lotion, but instead it like spits out like hot, delicious cheese. You just like
condiment.
Yeah, like yes, like heated cheese, like melted cheese, and you just basically spray it on until your heart's content. And I just remember going to Fuddruckers and it was like 5 times as much cheese as I should have. And like the thing is, as I ate it and when I got done, I was like, it wasn't too much. It was not too much. But like I like to make my burgers in a very I like to get very elaborate with that, right? Like a Fuddruckers experience is amazing. It's like the height of having a burger is exactly the way you want it, with way too much cheese. But it's like people. If it becomes so transactional, if it becomes so utilitarian, it's like this is Romance by Stanley Milgram. Like, wait, no, I'm very much mixing up my people right now. I apologize. Stanley Milgram did some crazy experiments, social psychology experiments. This is not that. But it's like I hear that, and there's something paradoxical in it, which is it's very adult, it's very safe, it's very respectful, it's creating very crystal clear boundaries, right? Like how you're going to go into that and what the expectations are. And so in that sense, it's very, like in a way, there's some kind of healthful, like that interaction. If you're going to have some kind of rando hookup, if you have sort of boundaries expressed inside that framework and you can kind of make the hamburger however you want it, then I suppose that's, I guess maybe socially is that a social good? I don't know. Like, but yeah, I'm more of that other kind of expression, which just sounds wild. Demisexual sounds wild, but it's actually really, it's very puritanical. Like that belief system, like to be demisexual, and it's just it's a word, right? But what is behind the word? What do I mean by that word? Which is two people fall in love, and they express that love intimately in every way, physically, spiritually, with time, with all the languages of love, but that it ends up being amplified and constrained and limited to, sacrificed around the idea that each person who's in the relationship is special, unique, and gets the exclusive privilege of the time and that way of interacting with the other. And so, like, I mean, the definition of that word, in terms of the way I use it and what it means to me, is like basically just saying like, oh, it's like the la petite mortis, which is like the little death. The idea that when you have a union, a physical union between two people, it is as close to God as you can ever come. Two people, physically, a union like that. And then if the parts are what they are, then you can end up even having like a baby from that or something. So like that whole area of making it sacrosanct, making it almost religious, making it like way beyond like ordering up a burger to, you know, satisfy your urge for food, right? Like your particular kind of very specific delineated urge, like that goes out the door. And it's much more about like, how can we find each other's souls? How can we sort of transcend the physical and go into something that's eternal and real, that goes beyond the body? So that's like the kind of thing I want and nothing else. Like I could never cheapen any of that in terms of what I regard it to be by dialing a date, right? Or doing something randomly. Like it's just, to me, it makes me feel like I'm demeaning myself, and even worse, like I'm demeaning the other person. Like if I go into a strip bar, right? If I go into one of those strip joints and I'm watching, am I not looking at that person who's doing the dance and consigning them to like, you're cheap, you're physical, you're an object, you dance for me, and maybe I give you some money. It just makes me want to throw up. So like I have some really strong feelings about all of that, and I think we should try to all be better to each other and like not demean each other by making things that are spiritual transactional. So I have a very strong opinion about that.
And I agree with you to a point, you know, because at 19 years old, when I was in Phoenix, and the guys, they took me, because drinking age was 19 then.
Yeah.
And so they took me to all the titty bars and, yeah, saw things. And because of people that I've met, etc., I have mine is sex workers in all forms. Most of them are doing it because they need the money, and that, you know, that for whatever reason. I have a tendency to I don't look down on them, whatever. I just look at it as, you're not doing anything for me. And I just make it, you know, because like I just can't say that what they're doing is even wrong or whatever, as long as there's health sex practices, you know, me being an AIDS volunteer, you know, so, you know, condoms involved or safe sex or whatever, as long as that's involved, you know, and if it's two consenting adults, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. You know, they're not coming to my house and knocking down my door to say, hey, look, we're going to have sex in your living room, so watch out. No, they're not doing that. They're not forcing themselves on me. I know where they are. Yes, I know where all the, you know, whether, you know, it's there. I have met some amazing people that are sex workers. You know, they have whether even today, for today's now, it's OnlyFans. Yeah, I've talked with those people there because essentially the economy's gone something different and sex sells.
Yeah. Well, and for me, like that is where I draw the line. I find it offensive, unconscionable. I feel like I'm just participating in people reliving some childhood trauma where they were probably sexually abused when they were young. I just can't facilitate any of that shit. Like, I think it's wrong. Like, and so this is where you find out, oh, Rick actually has a line that he draws. Well, you're damn right I do. And it happens to be that human beings are special and we're spiritual beings. And if we cheapen each other like animals, we aren't exactly doing each other favors. We are hurting each other. I will not participate in that shit. That's what I think.
Okay. So, okay, where I do have a question. You use the word facilitate.
Yeah.
I'm not facilitating.
Yep.
I'm not helping them.
Yep.
But on the flip side, my beliefs are if I'm in their lives, I'm there for some reason. You know, I may be learning, I don't know, a different position. I don't know, whatever. But they may be talking to me and learning something else. Now, I can, even if I had all the power of all the gods and the whatever, I am not allowed to help anybody without their permission.
Yeah. How do you mean? It's interesting. I hear you.
Let's say we go with being a sex worker or an OnlyFan, whatever, that this is a negative thing possibly on their life. And I can understand that because I'm not seeing it as being a total positive because bad things can happen and it does things mentally. You know, even for me who's not part of the thing, if I do watch too much porn, that does something to me mentally.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, with that understanding, and I'm not saying that it's, depending on how you look at it, could be good or bad.
Yeah.
On, you know, if I'm looking at a relationship, it can then affect that.
Yeah.
But in general, it carries the neither good nor bad. Now, if I know somebody that wants to, whether it's get out of their relationship, get out of their position as a sex worker, or because, you know, their partner, that doesn't matter, you know, is abusing them, whatever, they have to ask for help or how to mentally, you know, change what they're doing. All I can do is, I'm here for you if you ask. And the moment they ask, I have their permission to, this is what I believe, this is who I am, this is why. And if it's something physical, like we need to get you the hell out of here in physical safety, then that may be part of it. But, you know, it's not good to take an abused person away from the abuser if the abused person refuses, because it just falls back. They have to make the conscious decision to leave that situation. And if it needs help, boom, I'll be there. But they have to want to do it. I mean, even if I could heal somebody, I am not allowed to. And this is my personal thing. You know, like the rules of the universe that are not printed anywhere. I'm not allowed to heal somebody without their permission. Mainly because that illness, that situation, that whatever, maybe, go back to where we talked about before, why you're here to learn that situation, that whatever, and you maybe you're in a weird way, you're teaching them, they're teaching the abused versus the abuser, they're teaching each other, and when they're done, and you know, internally, when they say yes, I'm done, boom, and it comes out, and they can verbalize it, fine. Then they feel that they have learned as much as they can, and that's the theory anyway. And then I can help the person grow, whatever they need to do to get out of the situation so that they're strong. You'd be surprised what I've done in my life. This comes from experience, by the way.
Yeah, no, like I get the sense that you've kind of been in it, right? Like you got some thoughts in there, you got some lived experiences. But for me, I'm just like meaning it more simply in terms of like I don't want to participate in commoditizing people and kind of interfering with sort of a spiritual treatment of intimacy. I don't think I want to be party ever to cheapening what I consider like la pratie mortis, like the little death, the closest you could get to God is like something intimate that's physical, that's shared between two people who love each other. Like that to me, so like very conservative notion, right? A very kind of, and it's very clear. And I'm not talking about how do I go save somebody or not. Like, I don't know anything about that, but I just know, like, I'm not going to go participate in anything that cheapens what it means to be a human. And I think, like, intimacy should be reserved it should be a spiritual experience. So, like I said, very puritanical. I'm very puritanical in that way.
On a personal level, for me, myself, and I fully agree. And I understand how, I've been there where I've seen the women, like, they need to leave or, they're not helping themselves or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, who am I to say on their path that this is not their path and this is what they need to learn? So that's me.
Yeah, and I'm talking about my ethic as well. I'm not, you don't hear me referencing anything other than what I would do and how I would interact with them. Like I'm not here to talk shit about other people. I'm here to talk about, like, in this particular case, why I think. I guess I am. I'm doing more than I'm saying. Like I guess I'm not entirely clean in what I'm doing here, but I mean well anyway. I mean to, like, basically create just a sense of, like, let's be good to each other. And, like, sometimes
exactly
like if it's very transactional, like, aren't you just sort of masturbating on another person or in another person? Aren't you basically just doing something with them that's just for you and gratifying you? And, like, you're both using each other? And isn't that, like, spectacularly base? Isn't that spectacularly far away from anything wholesome and good and pure? Like, who could feel better after that, really? It's like, oh, you're just both capitulating to being savage animals. Like, except for you have rules. You got there's rules of engagement, but you're going to use each other. You're basically just like instrument. This is an instrument. This isn't something I love or care about. It's an instrument. Like, that's, like, not the way to treat a human being. And, like, that is a great example of how people will not be able to empathize and cross the divide politically. Like, that kind of mentality is one of the big reasons why, in my opinion, it's so fucked right now on the planet, is because people treat each other like objects. And so it's like, if you cheapen the other person, however it is you do it, in whatever way, like, that can't, I mean, it doesn't jive with me.
And again, I do, in the base level, agree with you on that. This came to me, and I'll just go to let you know what this is. My thought process, what would happen to me, I'll just pass it along.
Totally.
Again, I would love to sit down with, over a beer and explain even more depth. I'm trying not to go too deep on, because other people can hear. So I go not too deep. But basically, if okay, just for example, you're saying that you have this beliefs. Mm-hmm. You're not sure if it's right, wrong, whatever. This kind of sort of paraphrasing a little bit, but basically, if you were to decide that maybe I need, possibly right or wrong, if you want somehow or another person that you would judge. I'll just go with that for the sake of the discussion. May be brought into your life, and you maybe that to me you would then learn to modify yourself, and in turn you might be helping them live their life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody's screwed up, right? So it's like it's not about excluding people. It's about not abusing them.
Yeah.
Like in my way of thinking, and I might be oversimplifying it, but it's like if it becomes a transaction and you're both agreeing to it, and you're both agreeing that you should abuse each other, it's like, is that still abuse? Anyway, I don't want to be a part of it. That's not my thing. I'm not going to take turns abusing each other. No thanks. Pass.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cheapen you because I want to see you as a being of pure light. I want to see you as something of God, right? Like something special and immutable that goes beyond just your current physical form, right? Like that's somehow the space that I'm in. And is it accurate? Is it crazy? I don't know. I don't care. But like that's like my frame of reference. So it's like if the litmus test of getting with somebody is that we end up being instrumentations for each other's pleasure, like am I helping that person or am I just getting off? Like and if I'm just getting off, like maybe I'd rather jump off a cliff. Like that is the quintessential. Like a demisexual will find it revolting to have like a casual encounter. It's disgusting. Like it makes me sick because I'm cheapening the human experience and I'm saying you are an object and I'm going to just like excite myself on you. It's like, okay, so in other words, I don't think other human beings are worth anything and I'm just going to enjoy myself on them. That's the mentality that I have and why I have, like I do have some super strong feelings, but they're almost about we need to treat each other with maximum love. And that's where I break against everyone who doesn't think that way. Like, and I will never change my mind. This is written in my soul. So.
Careful.
Nope, it's written in my soul. And I will not equivocate. It's not a right or wrong thing. It's not a Nietzsche beyond good and evil moment. It is clear as the sun comes up in the morning and sets in the evening that I will do my best not to use another person as an object. That's just like, I've got to try to draw a boundary there. And I won't encourage that other people do it. It's like, well, everybody gets to love everybody. Like, that's not love. You guys are abusing each other. That's not treating each other like humans. That's treating each other like savage animals. That's what I think.
And here, maybe I told you that, all my beliefs, and it gets complicated here and there, but it becomes simple if you really think about it. Part of my simplification for me, is that I look at, somebody has been brought into my life. We're sitting there, whether we're talking or chatting.
Yeah.
And in some way, I should give them and lift them up energetically. Uh-huh. They're going to do the same to me. And it could just be something as simple as I say a sentence or they say a sentence that resonates with me.
Yeah.
And that's the entire conversation, I'll never see them again.
Yeah.
But that's what they're in my life. So essentially, that's my verbiage of what you're saying.
Yeah.
And and that's how I try to treat everybody. But I understand I understand. But it's a matter of I just see sex workers more or less negatively. That this is where their path is at the moment, and I'm not going to do anything, say anything, unless I'm asked to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will have a universal love for them as much as anyone else. Like whoever's in a glass house throwing the stone is like silly because we all have like our stuff, right? We're all screwed up. Uh-huh. I mean, like, I'm not trying to claim some sort of righteous position. I'm just saying I have standards. And those standards are how I treat people or how I endeavor to treat them. And so if I don't treat them in the way that I believe, then I'm not being me. And Me is like, I'm going to do my best to treat you like you're a being of pure light. And, oh, you're a sex worker. Well, that's too bad. But you're no less than me. You're probably more than me. You know, but I'm sorry for anything that this world is doing to you to make you feel like you have to transact your intimacy and your most private special self for money. Like, that's fucked. Like, that's wrong to me. And I just cannot be convinced of otherwise. I 100% do not equivocate on things that are transactionally abusive. Like, even if people both agree, I'm sorry, but like, I just can't cheapen a human being by turning them into a commodity. It's sickening. That's half or more of the problem on the entire planet. It's what corporations do. It's like, I'm not going to do that at my level, in my decision space. Like, I won't do it. And anybody wants to do it, fine. And who's better, who's worse, I don't care. I don't look at it that way. I'm just talking about how I live my life. And so you'll never see me in a strip bar. You'll never see me doing like OnlyFans. Like, oh my God, like, it makes me sick. So that is what a demisexual is, which is like such a bullshit term because it sounds perverse, but what it means is I will only get with people that I love. And like, that is going to be a sacrosanct religious thing for me, like, basically.
Okay.
But that's me. And I have no interest in judging other people. I'm talking about me.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing that I have to look at for me, myself, and I, as being a non-straight man, it's the same criticisms from the religious right to me. And so if I am
do you really see me as on the religious right? Do you really see that?
No, not you. No.
Okay.
All I'm saying is because I understand where you're coming from. I'm understanding the statements, and I can feel them too.
Yeah.
But I may lessen it because I'm part of the depravity of the United States, just like a sex worker is, according to some groups. So I'm part, according to them, I'm part of the problem.
Yeah, well, you're not, right? Like you're definitely not, right? You're somebody. Okay, like, I think that you're about love, right?
Yeah.
And are we perfect?
Yeah.
Do we screw up? Of course, we all do. I'm talking about. I'm like trying to talk about like how to like be our best selves. Holy crap! None of us are our best selves ever, but we certainly got to have some standards, right? We sure got to try. We have to. Yeah. Otherwise, how are we ever going to be a people that grow together? How does humanity get any better if we just like keep falling back to our base selves? Like, we got to have some standards. We got to try to live that way. Anyway, that's what I think.
Yeah. Well, again, and I think like 95% of what you and I are saying, it's in our own words.
Totally.
But basically, if you looked at it and wrote it, somebody else wrote it, they'd be writing the same words.
Of course.
Somebody else. Yeah, I think you and I are on the same page.
Well, this is the Tower of Babel that we all go through in modern society, which is like, we fundamentally believe almost all the same shit, and we sit there and argue with each other, but we like are the same almost across the board. And when it gets real niche and different and instrumentational, where it's like, oh, but which part are you putting in what part? And, oh, you guys love each other, but you're not like in the right configuration. Like, all that stuff is sick, demented, subhuman devil shit. Like, it's like love. Love is not something that's limited between any two kind of configurations of people. Like, that's the first thing that made sense to me as a child. It's like, you got to unlearn that shit, and you got to be like moving through hate to like not allow people who love each other to love each other. Like, that's just like, whoa. So yeah, we're going to be agreeing on almost everything. And like, the hilarity of all of it is this Tower of Babel that we live in, where we sit there and we forcefully at times disagree about the things we're on the same page about. Like, nobody wants to hurt anybody. Do you want to hurt somebody? I don't. Of course you don't. Who wants to hurt somebody? Only the sick, depraved people, and I don't think that's many of us. So it's like, man, we just spent all this time trying to figure out who we aren't instead of like how we can be together. Like, see the same thing from a different
Exactly.
point of view. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, you got your eyes and I got my eyes, and we're looking at the same thing. And pretty much we're both great human beings, and we're going to try to see it from our own point of view, but we're looking at it together. It's like we should recognize that more, you know? So it's like, of course, I know. But I do have some strong feelings about some of that industry. And by the way, it's not without some amount of subtlety or corollaries, right? Like if somebody can dance around, right, and make $100,000 and pay for all of their college and get into Stanford and work their way through Stanford, and then they go be a doctor, and they decided to do this transactional thing, and it allowed them to like make people's lives better, and they just realized like this is a transitional period for me. I'm doing a thing for some reason. I got this beautiful body. People love to look at me. People want to throw money at me. Like I'm not a jackass. Like I know that if you find a way to commoditize and you don't have another way, and this helps you live your life as a person and have stability. Like I'm not an idiot and I'm not a bonehead. Like I know that there's wiggle room in there, right? But it's
I would be talking to you if you were.
yeah, exactly. So it's like it's not a right or a wrong, but we need to try to position ourselves toward being good to each other, right? Like that's a high level truth, I think. And so like if I'm living a deliberate life, if I go through the world, if I throw a rock at somebody, that wasn't very nice. If I do something that makes them feel on some level like I'm validating that they're not as much as other people, like if I throw money at them and it's like what you're worth is your body, like that might be a little bit demeaning. I can't do it. If somebody benefits from that and they get to live a great life from it, okay, well, like I'm not here to say no to that, but I just don't want to participate in validating the baseness of humanity. Like I want to try for us to like elevate a little bit. I guess that's
Exactly.
what I'm. Yeah. But it's
And
not.
all I know,
Go ahead.
all I know, again, it's like if I have somebody that comes into my life and they need help, I'm there to help. I've seen some bad shit, and I'm there to do what I can to help somebody get away from their bad shit.
Well, and you know what though? I want to say one other thing about this, like, because I know like from the way you were raised and your family dynamic and you know I get it. Like we're all a part of these families that are complicated, but like in all of that, this can come across as a little bit too like modern and almost like cliche, but like you have to also consider that when you go to jump into the water to save somebody who's drowning, that you shouldn't drown in the process of doing it. You can't sacrifice yourself for another person because the person most important is you for yourself. Like, and I don't mean to be suggesting selfishness and watch people, you know, struggle and suffer. I don't mean that at all. I just mean like you are in the best position to know that you're a valuable and good person, right? You have to know this. You have to believe it in your heart, and you have to make decisions like that don't put you in harm's way just to help someone else. Like it doesn't sacrifice you or the good in you for someone who might not even actually receive the benefit, right? Like it's that overextending sometimes, or we try to like say like, I can make a person's situation better. It's like, well, can you? Sometimes maybe you really can't. Maybe it's really like they got to figure it out. You can be there. You can support in some ways, but you can't go drown yourself with them. And if they're pulling you down, you'd be surprised how often a desperate person who doesn't want to drown will claw at you and shove you into the water to get a breath in their most base corporeal animalistic nature. So I guess I'm just saying like there's some kind of a worker out there and you hazard yourself to try to protect them and help them. Like make sure that you're also putting an equal amount of love onto yourself. I don't know if that makes sense.
I'm watching you talk on the thing, and I'm waiting. You know, and it's like, oh, you're not saying. I wonder if the phone's connected, and it's like, oh yeah, I forgot the delay. I ignore the delay every once in a while, and
Isn't
it's
it
like
weird? It's so weird how that happens. I know.
No, I fully agree with what you're saying. In fact, what you're saying is a lot of what I'm saying, but again, a different way.
Of course.
You're saying don't go out and, help somebody and drown yourself.
Yeah.
That is where a lot of you can't help somebody without their permission, because if they give you their permission, they're not going to bring you down. They'll work with you to help themselves up.
Well, and if somebody keeps running back out into an area where somebody's throwing javelins, like throwing spears down, and the person, like you run out in the middle of the field where all the javelins are dropping, you grab them and pull them in, and then you help them with their wounds. You're like, oh my gosh, I saw you out there. I was so nervous. It's like I wouldn't want to be out there, and I almost got hurt in the process, but boy, we both got back. You're all healed up, and man, I see you. Somebody cares about you. I hope you have a good life. And then you turn away, and they run back out in the middle of the field for some reason again.
Free choice.
What the hell? So you can't keep going out there and getting spears in your back to save somebody who just wants to die. And that's also the funny thing, which is sometimes you can't fix everything, but you got to make sure that you're loving yourself and you're being your best person. And a lot of that means you got to be living right. You got to be not cheapening other people around you. We shouldn't try to convince ourselves that just because somebody's living a life in a certain way that we should always approve of it and that we should always support it. Just because they like it doesn't mean if they run out in the middle of the field and get hit with spears that I should like it. I get to have a point of view, and I get to trust my own eyes. It's if I think that person's doing a bad thing, I'll call it out, and I'll say, hey, don't go out there again. And then they go out there again, and I'm just well, shit, bro. That's not exactly the way you should be living your life, but and I don't want to be telling you how to live your life, but it's you go out there and get hit with the javelin, fuck. That was not a good decision, and I can't go out there again. Or maybe I couldn't even go out there the first time. So that's just a metaphor, right? It doesn't cleanly map to a lot of the things we're talking about, but I think there's something in there though to think about. Yeah.
It does map, okay. And I do apologize, but you are saying in different ways what I've been saying.
I know. That's what's so beautiful about it.
Let me use the javelin analogy. I understand that I may not have meditated in my inner self and my soul is going saving this person right. No, I'm there. I'm a human being. I'm there. I want to help. Boom, pull them back in. Whatever. Now, with some discussions, whatever. But if they go right back out, my chances of me going out to save them, unless I know some different circumstances, but in general, go for it. Have fun. This is your life. And until you say, John, I'm going to stop.
Yep.
I need to not get hit by javelins all the time. And then they've asked me, and now I have the ability to say, then don't run out in that goddamn field.
Yeah. Exactly. So the funny thing about so much of and by the way, the right and the left, the right and the left in the States, so much of it's I don't think people realize how on the same page they almost always are. And by the way, Dick Cheney had a daughter who was she was gay. And he was supporting her and say, I love her. And he was even saying, you know what, whether I even agree or not, that's my daughter and I love her with all my heart. And Dick Cheney, he was a little bit like the Darth Vader of our times, right? Living on a pig heart, living on a mechanical heart. Does he have a heart? He's Halliburton. I know all the things, but what I'm trying to point out is that even somebody hardened and not even with a heart per se will still say, that's my daughter. She's gay and I love her. Back off. Even the people who are the most intransigent, hardened, pig-headed people on the whole planet will still be able to meet in that realm of love. And that's where his best self is. The rest of them can go fuck off. Like, it's just what a nightmare of a human being, I'm pretty sure. I mean, from all that I know about it. Like, anybody stimulating and maintaining a war and making a gobsmack of profit off of it, that's just like, ooh, there's a special seat in hell waiting for that one. Like, not loving his method, but he even had love for his daughter, right? And it doesn't have to be just a daughter. It's like who you get close to and who you know. If they happen to be born of your wife or whatever, like, okay, great. If that's your kid, great. It doesn't have to be just that, right? We can all be humans together in the same experience. And like, we've got to leave room for love. Even if there's almost a complete lack of understanding of the other person. It's like, don't you want to have a clean heart? Well, you better love more. So,
all I can say is just allow for the fact that with these beliefs, you will have the potential to have somebody come in your life to, that you may normally not have talked to, but may have done and altered your way. Now, the other thing I also believe is, well, let's say, for example, I believe you're, in that one little itty bitty area, you're wrong, I'm right.
yeah.
Part of my beliefs is that and this sounds a little too one side, but I'm just going to run with this because it can work both ways.
Yeah, go for it.
Is that, let's say, it is, you are wrong, I am right, but one, I can't change you. You're going to do, but maybe I say something today, bibbidi bobbidi boo, and that, in 5 years, 10 years, you're going to say, hold on. I remember this. And for some reason, I've given you whatever information you need today that you may not use for 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
That's the theory on it. So, no, I may not do anything today, but I do have, and I've seen so many times where, books are written about it. And shows and all that good stuff where they do something here, and somebody said, you were right when you told me way back when. It's just, we're on our own paths, and whether, I'm going with the 95% that we were saying the same thing, different ways, etc.
Yeah.
And I may not agree with you on 5%, but you know what? That's your path. My path is different, but I don't think our paths are there to hurt each other. I sense from you that essentially, for example, let's say I had a sex worker with me that needed help and we ran into you, you would not say no to, hey, we're on this way, we need help in finding someplace safe.
Of course.
You would help.
Yeah,
See,
I love my fellow human. Of course.
So essentially, so I don't sense that you and I are way off. We're just saying that our ways, which kind of sound a little bit different when they're not.
Well, and
you and I are that perfect example of that right now.
yeah.
But we just, this is my life. This is how I see it. This is my way of saying it.
Yeah.
You're doing the same thing.
Yes, and here to me is a profound truth for me, and at some point I found it, and I felt really good to find it, and it's this, which is, you never are gonna know somebody well enough. You haven't discovered who the other person is well enough. You don't know them well enough if you don't have something you disagree about. Like, I'm not you, you're not me, but we have a lot of similarities, like bordering on the absurd. But if I actually get to know you, instead of I'm just interacting with my sense of you, my projection of you, who I want you to be, versus who you really are, then like I'm actually not showing respect to you. If I find something that I disagree about, that you're holding on to now, and by the way, those lines can shift over time. Like I understand what you're saying, and it's not wrong, but like, the way that I can honor a person is to know them well enough to figure out where we disagree. And then leave space for the disagreement, because I'm not you. And I don't want you to change. I don't want you to be somebody else. I don't want you to agree with me. I want to know who you are. And like, yeah, are you going to be different? You got strong points of view. You even, like, a lot of the stuff that I said is like, oh, wow, that's way too far. Or it's like, well, you know what? That's too idealistic. That's not real. And if you believe that, and I get to know you more, and that's a part of your framework, well, then I'm better for that. And I want that. I want to know exactly best I can, like, who you are, not like who I want you to be, or like, well, you know what? Well, we were getting along for a while, but then I got to know you better, and now I don't like you. It's like, that's so sick.
Well, see, and I'm, again, like I said, you and I are brought into each other's life for, even if we don't see each other again ever, or
right.
talk to, for now. And it could be for something as simple as somebody else listening to what we're saying and resonating with that.
Yeah.
And that's what they need in their life.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's face it, that's a possibility.
Yes. And isn't that wonderful?
So, but again, I just wish we could just, go down to the corner pub and, have a few Guinnesses or whatever, and, laugh and talk and discuss, and we're fine. I'd love to do that.
Well, and I'll tell you what, though, we're right here right now, and this is a thing, and I think it's really wonderful. So this is exactly the way for me, which is giving each other the space to think our own thoughts and not to try to co-opt each other.
Exactly.
Like, this is the best way I can honor you, is to notice the difference and still appreciate you. Still hang out. Like, okay, we have some differences. Well, I guess that's case closed. Like, what are you talking about? Every single human being on the planet is different. And we all have shaded differences in our beliefs. And some of them have more or less overlap. But it's like, when I was a kid growing up, I had a lot of friends of all different walks of life and different sort of thought processes. And I had friends who were very conservative. And when we kind of ran into that area, and we found like, well, we don't have a lot in common there, we would like go back to another path where we got a lot in common and go like hang out and have fun, do that stuff. It's like we don't also always have to be in a state of like riling each other up either. It's like we can figure out where the commonality is, where the threads are, and just enjoy that part. And then sometimes we can go on a little journey down here on this, like, I don't like this. And it's like, well, but we value each other. So we're going on a little walk. We're just checking it out. And then we'll go back to the commonalities. And it's like, this is where the people on the left and the right in the States have to find that again, right? Like when I was a kid, that's the way it was. And ever since the social algorithms have come into play, right? Like now people need to be polarized. And I'm like, that's an artifact of that is away from what it means to be a good person and a human. Like, and most ironically, the liberal side is the part that drives me the most nuts, right? Because I feel like that's where more of my affinity lies. But like when people on the left don't listen, I'm just like, what is wrong with you? You're just another conservative and you don't even realize it. You're a fascist conservative. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing and you don't even know it. You're hardened in your heart. You can't listen to anybody who's different. You're like the least liberal person. That's what's crazy about this whole thing right now in the States. I see, in many cases, more conservatives with more liberal thought processes than liberals themselves. And I'm just like, what devil shit is going on in this country? How sick are these people? It's like liberals stopped being liberals, conservative became more liberal, and they all swapped their political beliefs. And it's just a game of absurd, who am I by knowing who I am not? And I'm like, okay, this is so unhealthy. Like, where is that person across from you? You would hold their hand and you would sit down and have a nice meal together. Oh, you don't think the same thing? Well, holy shit, you're different people. What did you expect? What, you don't have room to let each other be uniquely who you are? Wow, how far a beautiful country has fallen that can't just be the norm. Anyway, that's my coda, my roll up.
One more second. I'll be right back.
Of course. Yeah, I think like my thought process is a little bit of a natural counterbalance to what's going on right now. It's just a natural counterbalance. People so polarized. Well, it's breaking the country. Stop it. Figure out what you have in common. Stop fighting.
And yes, but yeah, here comes something that's controversial in itself for me, is that
Bring
I
it.
personally believe there's enough energies out there that are working to fix this. Because I don't know how or why or whatever. We need to have Trump in our lives for some reason. I disagree with it, but it's like, I don't know why, but it seems like things are changing deeper than they have before. And at least that's what I'm thinking and seeing.
Yeah.
And it may be for our next big test in 20 years or whatever. We need to get through this and rebuild from the negativity and from the polarization and all that. So in other words, is Trump really that bad for us, or is he, as he is a potentially a bad influence on us, etc.? Is he forcing us to look at ourselves differently?
I
So
don't
in other
know.
words,
in
that aspect,
yeah.
he may be what we needed. But then again, that's just a thought process, and it's like it's an interesting thing. It's like, but that's where I'm thinking is like, it may be we needed it because we were just all over the place.
I just
And
think
for some reason, maybe we need to be more focused.
interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think as a president, he lacks almost all decorum. Like he lacks the authority and the respect. Like, he's done a lot of damage to the United States of America, hasn't he? Like, he doesn't.
Yes.
He doesn't. Like, when you're saying the F-bomb at people and you've tweeted like 30 times in one day, like, shouldn't you be doing some president shit? Are you some kind of teenage girl? Like, why are you fishing for like likes? Like, what kind of lunatic is running the country who needs to post at 3 a.m. about and like drop F-bombs about other countries? Like how is this the person running the United States of America? That's like, so for me, is he necessary? I don't think so. Does he represent what conservative values are? Like, no. Fuck no, he doesn't. He's so far from it. He's just the one who's in there who aligns with it. I think I don't think that guy's good for the country. Hey, I think he's funny. I think he's a great stand-up comedian, but I don't think the president should be that. I don't think he's doing the right thing in his station. It's just like, it doesn't feel right to me.
The one thing I think that he's done for the country is that even there's going to be the super duper right wing people that are, etc. But there's only a handful. And it's like, no, there's more than a handful. And I think that was the big eye opener for us, and people were believing everything, about spending money and all that good stuff. The budget and all that good stuff.
The big beautiful bill
yeah,
that we just
and then
completely
it's like-
erased with a war that didn't get us anywhere. That was just basically, I don't know, dick
Are you
waving
ready
or
for this?
something. Like I don't quite know.
A lot of the things that's going to happen to Medicaid and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, a lot of it is not going to happen until after the elections this year. And it's basically there is a poison pill to punish us for not electing him. So in other words, should everything happen like we think it is, like with the Democrats coming in to try to save the day, if we can, stop arguing amongst ourselves about et cetera, we have a lot to do to change things back. Maybe not totally back, because who knows? Maybe there's some things that we could have, reduced or whatever. But basically, the pendulum is coming back over to the other side. But he showed that it's not just 80% of the people are in the middle and 10% on the left, 10% on the far left, far right. There's more in the middle there, and I also watched the progressive shows, Midas Touch, etc., with all those people, and it's amazing the people that call and talk, and Trump was sent by God, etc. And it's like, how in the world can you think that? But that's,
I mean, he
me,
like
myself, and
depicted
I.
himself as Jesus, and
Oh,
then
no,
as the
he was
Pope. I'm sorry, but like that, it is offensive.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's offensive to everybody on the entire planet. So like that's not funny, and so, if he wants to be a stand-up comedian, he should cede his position and get on like the Tony Hinchcliffe show. He should just do like a cold open mic and just do that instead. Because this shit's all too important to be playing games. I don't.
Oh, I agree.
So
I agree.
But the thing is, it's like I'm saying something that I think is true from both points of view, from the conservatives and Democrats alike. Like, he's the guy who aligns with conservatism right now, but that doesn't mean he's the exemplar of it by any means, or that he's even upholding the principles of it properly by any means. Like, I just like, when you represent yourself as Jesus Christ healing somebody on Easter, you're a sick fuck. Like, you are one sick fuck. And if people who are religious, who are strong Christians, see that and don't have some sort of tissue rejection, they are not in their right minds. Literally, in their right minds. That person
trust
is
me,
making a
whether I agree
mockery
with
of
that
Christianity.
or not,
He's making a mockery of Christianity.
yes. And whether I agree 100% with that or not, I'm not going to argue with that.
Well, I mean, I'm
trust me.
so, for what it's worth, and whether it makes sense or not, I'm a Christian. Like, I believe this. This is something I hold to. But like, in the way that I try to be real about it, which is like, actually, we are all God's children. We are all one. It doesn't matter what you look like. We're all together in it. And it's like, your sin is no more than my sin, and whatever sin there may be or may not be, and all of these things, and all the interpretations of stuff, all the redactions in the Bible itself, the things that got removed, altered, tweaked, like all of that stuff being the case, like, we all gotta love each other. Like, this world isn't getting better unless we hold our better angels close to us and treat the other person like they are our brother or our sister. So yeah, and I see Wild Arms 420 there going, amen. And the thing is, what I'm saying, it sounds very conservative, and it is, but it's also very liberal. In this day and age, that's like, I'm saying, let's love one another. Like, when conservatism and liberalism come together, like, that's really where we need to get to. And you follow your thing and I follow my thing, but let's like act together in unity with like love for each other. Yeah. So it's like, sounds like, yeah, Wild Arms is right there. That's awesome. Cool.
Well, look at McCain and Obama together.
I know. That's how it should be. That's the way. That is
Yes.
how. Of course. That's it. You like Franklin and Whitfield, hey? Okay. You know what? I don't know nearly enough about politics. Like, I like to talk a mess, but I'm pretty messy. So I'll try to remember Franklin Whitfield and look into it. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm referring to Wild
I
Arms
don't even know
420.
that.
Sorry.
I don't understand that reference at all myself.
Well, he's probably got some interesting point. Like if I'm on the same page with him, then it's like something I had to look up. A Great Awakening, good film. Oh, okay. I'll have to
Is
check it out.
Franklin Ben Franklin? And Whitfield is somebody I just don't know, I have not
Yeah.
don't understand from that age.
I'll look at it. I'll look at it off stream. And you know, speaking of off stream, I didn't want to leave you hanging, by the way, and I didn't want it to like end without some kind of like making sure we're good. So I was gonna get off an hour ago. Now I'm an hour over. But I couldn't abandon you.
Dude, you're awesome, etc. And you know that's what I was trying to go with is that some of the things, the way you were saying, I disagreed. But basically, once I was really listening to you, no, you were just saying the same friggin' thing, just in a different way from your perspective.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
And so it's like, but nothing that you've said is has been bad. You know, just
Yeah.
should.
You're saying all the things from your heart too. You don't mean anything bad by the things you say, right? Like, big shocker.
No.
We both want the best for each other, right? And like, that's, I think,
Exactly.
when we're in our best place, that's the way we should treat each other. Everybody's just like that. Except for in the world of Crimson Desert. We should wipe each other out in Crimson Desert. We should really get messy. But
Yeah, well, we just got to bring the Abyss buildings down to the ground. Okay, other than that,
all right.
because that's the biggie for me. It's like, there's no way I'm going to do those puzzles.
That's
No,
right. That's right. Because
No.
your fear of heights. I got you.
Oh, it's huge.
It's hilarious.
It was huge.
By the way, do you know what? Let me tell you something. So, like, you and I, we got like so much overlapping. It's bordering on the absurd. Even like a little bit of Aboriginal. Like, you have more than me, I think. But we both even have some like tribes in our backgrounds in the past, and even some Finnish, right? Like all these funny overlaps. So many things, so many belief systems, essentially, right there, one on top of the other. But when I was a kid, this is me talking about your fear of heights. I was deathly afraid of heights. And I was forced to go up and have kind of like a sort of exposure therapy to extreme heights with my cousins, the Knutsons, like Danny and Tommy, and these kids, like kind of in-law, like not of my blood, but like of family, which is thicker than blood, more meaningful, and good tight connection there. And so they would go way up into the trees. Now, I mean like 3-4 stories high, like ancient, huge trees. And they would build forts up there. And they were forcing me up. They were shaming me. They were dragging me. I was up there. And I would sit up there for like hours at a time, terrified, looking down, can't even move. But gradually, I became accustomed to and appreciative of and realizing that that height is, well, if you don't fall, you're okay. If you don't fall, you're fine. So
It's the last inch.
what's that?
If you fall, it's the last inch. If you fall, it's only the last inch that hurts.
It's only the last inch. Wow. That's so good. I mean, you're not wrong. You're exactly right. This game does look so smooth, Wild Arms. You're right. It's beautiful. And by the way, on Rumble, it's 1440p at 20,000 video bit rate. That's compliments of a guy named Ash Elion, who helped me set it up and make it so good. An engineer who's a super, super great representative of like the Rumble community. So like, yes, that would be why it looks so good, because I got help from folks. But back to you. over there, John. I don't know exactly where I'm going with it, but I want to say like that's also something that we had completely in common, but it was literally beaten out of me as a kid. That would be still another exact direct inline thing, but like I literally had the fear of it taken away from me by being exposed forcibly up at the top of many different high points, and then ever since then I'm just like I don't have a fear of heights. Like I'll get vertigo, like I have a sense of like, oh my gosh, I'm so close. Like I've been to the Grand Canyon and looked into it, right, and been overwhelmed and like had a sense of fear and like being amazed by it. But generally speaking, yeah, I'm just afraid of dying from the fall, but like the height per se, I was able to get rid of that aversion. But it's a natural one. Like we're all born with it. We should have it.
Well, I totally understand it's in my brain. I've already proven that to myself. You know, standing on a picture of, you know, you're on the top of the Empire State Building, the tippy top on, you know, and it's all down there, and my brain absolutely freaks out. And even though it's floor, it is a floor, my brain, right. I can feel it freaking out.
Right.
So and other things. There's many where I've proven to myself it's just in my brain. It just and I have some control over it, but it's a matter of I don't know where that totally comes from. There's the only other unnatural fear is bugs. Spiders don't bother me. Bugs do.
Oh.
Big time.
Well,
big time.
Spiders take care of almost all the bad insects. Like in that way, spiders are kind of amazing, except for the ones that are super poisonous. Like those are, like a recluse spider. Oh, dude. Oh, recluse spiders, horrifying. If you get one little bite from a recluse spider, they'll literally eat through the underside of your whole foot. Like it's a zombie movie. If you get bitten by a recluse, they're all over the place in California, but like almost nowhere else. So you should be fine. Maybe question mark, because you are in Washington, which is right above California. Maybe there are recluse.
Hey, when I lived in Phoenix, going to school there at the time.
Oh, dude.
In my apartment, I woke up, and above my head was a tarantula hanging on the ceiling. Didn't bother me. It just mattered. Okay, look, got to get you out of the house. And he found a little crevice he was able to hide in. And one day he happened to be out, and I happened to have the broom between him and his little hole, and I scooted him on the ceiling outside. It didn't bother me. It's just a matter of, it was a small bother, but nothing. Once I found that roaches fly, I almost became physically ill. I had this big bug. Seriously big bug in my apartment, and had no idea what it was. And here comes some things from I lived on the second floor. There's no hallways there. You know, everything's open in Phoenix. Anyway, down in yonder, I see the group of guys that lived in one apartment. We are talking flamingly gay, fine. And it's, hey, babe, what's happening? And I said, I have this bug in my apartment. And we're talking to this guy. He damn near flounced in there, and he goes, oh, it's just a flying roach. And my brain blew.
They fly?
They fly.
Yeah. Those things are hard to kill. Yeah. Have you ever tried to step on one and it just keeps going? Like, I don't understand.
When I entered at a car dealership. I can't remember why I was there. All I know is I opened the men's bathroom, turned the light on, and the place was covered in roaches. And they all scampered. I don't know where they went. Don't care where they went. I didn't have to pee that bad at the time. Yeah. Bugs bug me. I just centipedes.
Centipedes.
Praying mantises. Oh yeah, no, that's all the same family for my brain.
Do you remember those big, huge hornets? Like whatever they are, they're like they were like right around COVID. They were actually all over the place in Washington, and people
the killer bees?
Yes. They people realize that if you get praying mantii or however you want to say them in plural, and you buy, like, you could buy them through the mail, like you could have them show up at like an Amazon drop, and like you open it up and you put them into your yard, and they proliferate like more all over the yard, and like apparently they are like the master crushers of BP Hater 31 flying cockroach. He doesn't like it either. But apparently they're the perfect solve for those nasty ones. Like they'll like clamp on them with their little manti, like they'll like get them and then just like eat the whole body, like right from the head down, just like whoop-a-cha, just like eat them. So yeah,
I can't. God, I was in what, first grade, second grade?
yeah,
My poor parents. Because all of a sudden, middle of the night, 2 a.m, whatever, I would rise out of my bed screaming. And my mom's like going, God, you know what? And it's like, and I'm trying to brush off all these bugs off of me. They weren't there, but I saw them.
Oh, dude, there's a book by Philip K. Dick where he's like running around and he's got them all over himself. I know. I won't read that book. But then the discovery is like they weren't actually on him, and then he's looking like he got scratches all over his body. I'm like, if you want some body horror shit, Philip K. Dick has some real good books for you. But yeah, best avoided for you. Well, hey, listen, my time. I'm gonna hop off, but as ever, one of my favorite ever hangout sessions. Spending time with you, playing the game a little bit. Solved a few witch problems, resolved a couple of sanctums, got some stuff done, but I got to know you more. And the beautiful thing is I got to know you for real. So now we have a couple of disagreements. Well, looks like we're actually getting to know each other.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
It's fine. It's yeah. As long as we get to.
We still have like almost, I would say, the most in common with somebody I've spoken with in the last 10 years. Like, I think we still, despite having, oh my goodness, a couple of disagreements, almost a ludicrous amount of overlap, bordering on the absurd, which is super fun.
Well, it's, I firmly believe that in soul groups, and that at some point when it's time, we get together. So you're probably part of my soul group, and we're finally saying, hey, how's it going?
Soul
and
brother.
Again, I have met a couple people, and literally, from her words were,
there's something on your mind.
We were almost saying, it's like, why is it that I know you? And it's like, my God, where in the fuck have you been? I've been here all this time. Where are you? It's like, we're giving this big hug, and it was instant friendship. But we couldn't explain why, because we'd never laid eyes on each other before. It was just incredible.
Yep. Well, there you have it. There you have it.
So things happen, and again, I can't prove anything. I can't whatever. I go by my reactions to how things are happened, and it's I've had a good life, and I've had an amazing, magical life, and so anyway, my dear new friend, you be safe, get well, and he wants to get together. I think it was like 6 or 7 o'clock my time. That's in like 5 hours.
You could try.
I can try. I might, and we'll see what happens. I'll because who knows, I might not even gone to sleep yet. I'm.
Can be. Now for me, I gotta sit it out because I gotta recover. I got a bit of a cold. But I have to take a quick note. Look at BP Hater here. He says, one night I was in my car parking near some buildings, then suddenly many cockroach flying at the same time. Was thinking, is it the mating season or something? Yeah, totally. So what chapter are you on? Franklin and George Whitfield, though. By the way, what Wild Arms 420 was saying earlier, so I gotta copy that and remember it. I'm gonna look into.
Is he asking me what chapter I'm on in my new book on the Whitley Strieber one?
Could be.
If that's it, I'm on chapter. I think I'm going to start chapter 12.
Nice, if that's the
If I remember.
chapter. And if it's in your chapter of your life, you're halfway through, maybe.
Oh, I'm a little bit further than halfway on my.
Let's say it's halfway. Quality over quantity. I don't know. Nobody knows what
Anyway,
we have in store. You know, we don't know. We don't know how much time we have, so we just love it while we got it, right?
Exactly. And I've been there, done that, and that's the other thing I try to do with my friends, and that they know is like I try to let them know how much I appreciate them and all that, because since I've been out of high school, I've lost people every year from high school, from wherever. I mean, one friend of him and I were going to become roommates. He left my apartment, got in a car accident, and died, and I had to explain it to his parents.
Dude, I remember this guy in high school. This is my last one. I better hop off. He said, you should be full screen and Crimson Desert in that small window. Then I'd be happy. Ajib is always trying to make me blush every time. But I had this story. So there's this guy in high school, actually junior high, Plymouth Junior High in Minnesota when I was there. And in the city of Plymouth, which is like a sister city to New Hope, a couple of suburbs of the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul area. But this junior high was a nice one. It was great. And there's a kid there. He's like the most popular kid in school. His name was Brian Bader. Boeder, I believe. Bader. I don't know if that's German or what, but he was this interesting guy where he was within all the cliques all at once. He was loved by everybody, high and low. He was with the cool kids, but he's with everybody in between. You walk by him, he'd look at you, and he would see you, and he would know your name, and he would shake your hand, and he would, if somebody was belittling someone else, if he were there, he would step in and intervene, and he would bring them together. Like, he was basically like a saint. Super cool, like a really just like a specimen of a human being, right? Like incredibly attractive, incredibly personable, just a being of love. And he, I heard, and then I saw it in the news while I was in university, that he was in university. I think he was in Wisconsin. University of Wisconsin. I was at the University of Minnesota at Minneapolis, where somebody just like broke into his quad. At the time, I was living in a quad. A quad is like, you got like 2 to 4 rooms with like 2 to 4 people in them. And like, you just kind of like hanging out, right? Like you're going to university, you're living on campus, you're in something called a quad. And so, obviously have up to 4 people in it, and there'd be parties and all the rest. And so I found out though, one night, somebody reached out and told me, "Did you hear about Brian?" I'm like, "What?" And so, like, somebody broke into his room with a shotgun, and they case of mistaken identity, and they shot him dead. And he was like, and it was a mistake. It wasn't even the right person. Like, whoever did that is a lunatic, right? Obviously, like devil in a body, but one of the most beautiful people I ever met, like, just snuffed out. And so, like, I guess my point is, like, love it while you got it, and you don't know how long you have it.
Exactly.
And be good to each other, and you only got this one life, and it's not even on your terms, right? Like, things just happen. So if you can manage to have a pocket of time where you're not in pain, or you're managing your pain, right, and you don't have too much fear, and you can just kind of see something and be happy with yourself and feel good in that moment, well, that's what we need. I wish that for you more and more and all the time.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Back at you, dude.
All right.
And you take care, get
Okay.
well, and
See
we
you.
will talk to you maybe in a few hours, maybe not. We'll see.
Probably
We'll
not,
talk.
but I'll see you again. We'll hang out. I'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Mm.